Welcome to
It took its
today's
time
show.
doing that, but we are live.
Welcome,
Live from
welcome.
Mechanicsville, Maryland and California. It's
Welcome,
it's the
welcome to the Barbecue Chat Show.
it's
If you have any questions, please put it in the comments. We will answer
in the
the
order
best
in
to
which
our
they, in the
knowledge.
order in which they were received. So ask them quick.
Please put a question mark so we don't miss your question. Oh man, some good times.
We got nobody. I don't see
Yeah, we got
nobody.
4 people. 4 people are in here. Come on, guys.
I don't see nobody.
Yes, it's
Oh,
for waiting.
oh,
Yeah. See,
you know
there's
why?
Joe.
What's up,
We
Joe?
got
He's talking
Chuck.
about Joe. Chuck,
Yeah,
I
we're
see
just talking
two.
about you, Joe.
I see one. You lost one.
We got 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Only thing I see Joe in here once, Girl Joe, and Chuck with 2 comments. All I see.
Yeah. Lurkers, lurkers. That's how you say it, right?
Oh,
Lurkers.
lurkers.
I think my neighbor's
So,
at it again. Did I tell you what happened yesterday? My neighbor at 8:49 at night. What's up, Russ?
right.
He was cutting his grass. Big
What?
short. Yeah. I had to pause the movie. I told my wife, "You hear that?" She goes, "Oh my gosh, someone's cutting the grass." I was like, 8:49, and my whole life I've never heard anybody cut the grass at night, man. It's insane.
Yeah,
So
crazy.
it's crazy.
See if we can get some people up here on this panel.
We're
Yup, too.
answering we're answering barbecue questions.
Ask your question quick, so there'll be no delay in getting your answer.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
The chat
We're
gets full very
host
quickly.
NBL. What's up, bro?
NBL. Look
How
at my
come
neighbor started
NBL
cutting
never?
his grass at 8 p.m. last night. I was doing my live. You too, huh? I wonder if they're related, Joe.
What's up,
Last
Russ?
not doing his job today. What's up,
Oh, yeah,
Russ?
dude. I hate being the host. Dang on it. So Gorilla Joe said he's got an 8 p.m. person too. I guess if you work a lot, you cut it when you can.
What's
What's
up,
up,
Christy?
Christy?
TDO, that's right. Oh,
Let's
man.
go, Russ.
Oh man, it's going. Just doing a few things around the house I need to do.
Yeah, I,
Hey, Christy.
I got my little pond lake boat today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, man, I was so. I had another boat, same boat, just different year lined up. Monday of last week, no, a week ago, this past Monday. And I told the guy we made time, what time we were going to be here. It's like a 2-hour drive south for me and the next state over. So I talked to the guy, and he's like he's sporadic in replying to my questions.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, so I went and got the money out the bank. We talked about what time we're going to be there. So I'm about 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes into, probably more than that, into my route to there. I mean, I'm 15 minutes, almost 20 minutes from home. And he sends me a message saying, I'm about to go to work. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm on my way there. You said, let's go.
Dang, I'd be leery of somebody like that.
That's exactly what we did. I just said, okay. He says, well, you want to make it tomorrow? I said, no. I said, I got 2 doctor appointments and I got a side job. I'm busy for the next 2 or 3 days. I'll get in touch with you later on.
Yeah.
And I never reached back out to him again. I went back to the lady. She's a staff sergeant. I went back to her boat, and I'm so glad things happened the way it did, man. I got this boat this morning at Breezy Point Beach, and this boat hardly has any scratches underneath the bottom side of it. It hasn't been, like landed hardly at all. I asked her, I said, has this boat even been in water? She says, it's been handed down between 3 family members. And she says, no one ever used it. It's from Georgia. It came out of Georgia, out of Macon, Georgia. And she says, here's the motor. She hands me the 55-pound thrust trolling motor. And I look at it, and all the wires are still coiled up and zip tied to the shaft of the motor.
Wow.
It had never even been in the water.
Dang.
Wow.
Brand new.
Everything was brand spanking new, 2 brand new life preservers. The only thing that was used was the kayak oars. She gave me an oar. I thought I was getting like 1 oar.
Yeah.
But this was this long 6-7 foot long kayak oar.
Double. Yeah.
She gave me that, and that's clearly been used, but still perfectly fine. But you could tell if someone's used it. But man, I was like, I couldn't believe it.
I tell you what, you got to be careful with buying anything online. I work with a guy, and he found this car at a just unbelievable price for what it was, and he had to leave this area, and I forget where they had to go, like in another state or something. And they agreed to meet this couple at this public parking lot. And when they got there, the couple said, "Well, the car is at our house. You'll have to follow us to our home." They said, "Well, you said you would have the car here." Well, no, you're going to have to follow us. Anyway, they did. They followed them and got to their property way out in the woods somewhere, and they got held up at gunpoint and robbed.
Holy shit.
Yeah, because they knew they had the money on them. They didn't have no car to sell. It was just a crazy. What's the old saying? If you think it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful, man.
Well, this lady, I sort of I guess you could say, stalked her on her Facebook thing, because it was a Facebook marketplace deal. And so I was able to click on her about. And once I saw she was a staff sergeant, it's a lady. She was a staff sergeant with the Army. I said, oh, this is going to be all right. I'm not really worried about this.
Yeah.
The only thing I was worried about is that I was going to lose out on a deal. She was asking $850 for everything being brand new. It wasn't really a hateful deal.
That ain't bad.
No, but I was like,
So,
I'm buying, so therefore I'm going to try and get her down, and she accepted $650 for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
So
nobody's using it,
Well, that's exactly what she said. She says, I'm tired of looking at it.
Yeah.
She says, there's no way I'm going to be able to use it this year again. She says, I'd rather go to somebody that can use it. So I said, I'm your guy.
There you go, man. Good deal.
I'll get my granddaughter out in the water. My granddaughter and I, we bank fish. But we'll be able to get her out in the water now, and
have a better shot at them.
Yeah. So I think I think I already told you, Russ. I'm thinking about that Popeye channel turning into change the name on that one.
Oh yeah, like a fishing channel.
Well, and adventures, like Sleepers Adventures.
Those do pretty good,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Mike,
That's what I'm gonna do. I was just telling George, I've been following this channel of this guy called Natural State Fishing, and some of the guys I watch, they're airbrushing lures for you and everything, or for sale. But this guy specifically tied 3 bucktails for me last night, from powder coating the head, the color I wanted, to picking out the bucktail and feathers and tinsel and tying it all on for me last night. I couldn't believe it. I said, hell yeah.
Heck yeah.
It was about an hour. The live was over an hour, and just about the whole show was about Sleeper Barbecue and them bucktails.
Yeah, my oldest brother, he builds those cast nets, but he's also always been into making his, homemade lures and painting them and tying flies for fly fishing.
Yeah.
And he's really good at it. I'd rather just buy the stuff and go fishing myself. But
Yeah,
it's a good hobby, though.
yeah, it is cool. Who's Jay? Oh, Mr. Jay here. Oh, Buzz.
Buzz is Jay.
Yeah. But I can't wait, man. Now all I gotta do is so now I'm doing my research. I've researched the hell out of this Pelican.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to research the hell out of lithium versus acid core batteries.
Okay.
Can you guys hear that? So I can close that window.
Sounds like a
It's a skill sauce.
Craftsman. No, I barely hear anything.
Okay, I can hear that sound.
I heard a little whining or something in the background.
All right, if it gets too much, let me know. I'll close that window right there.
Yep. Buzz is my old neighbor. Buzz and I could have met each other when we were toddlers, but didn't know it. And when I mean toddlers, I mean under the age of 10.
Wow.
And didn't even know it.
Heck yeah.
But he's in Arkansas now. I got a buddy that moved to Arkansas. He's supposed to be like 15, 20 minutes from the Missouri line, I think he said.
Okay.
I can't remember what county he's in, but
yeah, we had to go through Arkansas when we moved up to Illinois. That time we had to go up to Arkansas into St. Louis, into Missouri, into St. Louis, cross the river, and then you have to go through East St. Louis. They call it on the Illinois side, and then Belleville.
Mm-hmm. I don't know the county specific, Jay. All I can tell you, he says he's about 15, 20 minutes from Missouri line. That's what I remember of it.
You guys heard that horn? The paletero's here.
Taco truck coming in. I hear a dog bark.
A corn man or ice cream man.
I was gonna say we got ice cream trucks around here. I ain't never seen a taco truck in Mississippi.
Truck, I know it.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
That fucking dog next door, man.
They ought to have a crawfish truck around here just selling
There you
bags of cooked crawfish.
Hell yeah. Crawfish by the pound. Why not?
It'd be seasonal is the only problem with it, but you could do good till then. That's all Keith is doing this time of year. He's boiling the heck out of some crawfish or steaming. I think he told me he's averaging like 80 sacks a day. And if you watch the crawfish video, that was only one sack. You've seen how much it was. We had another sack that I did off camera, but 80 of them, holy smoke! There's some people going through some crawfish.
Yeah, and seasoning too.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. It can get expensive, but he's buying or he's having his own made, so I guess that helps.
Good Lord. That's like this old man over just down a hill from me. He was he'd buy that JoJo that you start playing around with a little bit, Russ. He'd buy that stuff by like the 5-pound box.
Oh,
he would weigh out little bags of it and sell it to people. Yeah, he would sell it to people who came to his door. What's up, Al?
I bought some about this time last year, and I need to go buy some crabs and use it.
Yeah,
I bought it with
like
intentions of steaming some crabs just for me and Tarina, and I haven't done it yet. I can get them any day of the week, any time of the year.
No, you'll like that stuff.
Oh, I love
Actually,
it.
the number 2 is better than a number 1.
Yeah, that's what I used before was that number 2. Now, on that last video I did with the one after I burnt the hole in the pot, I actually mixed this with Old Bay because I had used so much of it on that one video, and I wasn't going to order no more, so I'll just mix them up, and I added that mustard powder too. It was good, real good. What's up, Al?
He's retired from Indian Head Naval Air Station Base. Richie is his name. His wife is Petra. I don't know if I want to say his last name, but I know it. But they moved there. I can't remember what town he said it was, what county it was, but but Richie and Petra, they've only been there less than, they could be there 2 years now.
Okay.
They moved from South Florida. There's George doing a roll. And a mouthful of candy, too, I bet you. That's that watermelon one. Are you muted?
Sorry about that. That
No.
fucking dog next door, dude. That ice cream man stopped right there.
No, you're good. I was wondering why I couldn't hear anything, but because it didn't show you being muted. Oh, it's because I had a comment posted. That's why.
Everybody decided to come out today. The guy's doing Sandy now. Fucking now. I'm gonna put on mute. It's too loud.
So I'm not going to cook anything. I might split up some current videos. I don't know what I'm gonna do about my YouTube channel, Russ. I really don't, man. I'm tired of the fight. I'm over $500 now.
You still haven't got a solution, huh?
Nope. I sent them a letter that was sent to me by the IRS. I sent it to them.
Yeah.
As of before going live here, they still have not changed the status of my account, but that's not really abnormal with them. That Google AdSense, that usually takes them, 3 days to acknowledge any damn changes. But
well, that's kind of like, when Jelly Smack released my Facebook page back to me and they just forfeited the contract. They told me, they said, now it's going to be a while before Facebook actually swaps it back over to your banking information. We can't tell you how long, but we'll be paying you until they do that. I just got my 5th payment from Jelly Smack on behalf of Facebook, and they still haven't done it. And I know Eric with Two Guys in a Cooler, I think on the 5th payment is when Facebook did it. And Tommy, I don't know how he did it, but he started getting paid from Facebook right off the bat. He didn't have to which I have no problem being paid from Jelly Smack, but I like to get them out of the picture altogether,
Right.
Because they allowed to go belly up or something. I'm like, why is it taking so long? It's just one person could do it in a few minutes. Just redirect it to my account. I don't understand it.
I'm not giving up MBL. Like I told Quint the other night on the phone, I said, it's not just a fight for me. It's a fight for the people that believed in me, that gave their money to me. I said, and that's who I'm, fighting for also. But I mean, yeah, I'm fighting for myself too, but I just think it's bullshit. I mean, my wife, excuse me, please.
Okay.
Hola, señorita.
Damn. This should be 2 Mexicans and no gringos.
Hey, Russ, he had us fooled there for a while. He no gringo, the way he answered like that.
I got to go in the house for a minute.
Gringo my ass.
I heard the alarm going off. That's what I did today. I had a couple of more of these cameras, Blink cameras.
Right.
And I wanted them on the side and one more on the back. So I got it all covered, all the way. The only place I don't have them, I have a garage on the far right of the house and a brick wall. Yeah. There is no windows, doors, or nothing. But I'm thinking about putting at least one there. That way, if somebody tried to come around that side, I would see them,
I think we have 6 of them, if I'm correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got 6.
Yeah, I've got one over the garage door where we pull up. I got a doorbell and a face cam.
Yeah.
Right there at the door. So that's 3. I got one right outside this one. That's 4. Installed one yesterday. That's 5, 6, 7. Then I got one right here in my computer room that when I leave the house, I'll turn that on because there's
nice. Yeah, we got 2 inside the house.
Yeah,
we got one in the kitchen and one in the living room.
Yeah, I don't really need it in here because everything outside should catch it, But but I need to get probably one more do it, maybe two.
Yeah. Happy
That's,
Mother's Day, like Niner said, to all the mamas out there.
yeah,
So I've been going back and forth with this company, Russ, and they wanted all kinds of shit for me. And I finally told them, "Why don't you pay me $100 a video to see if they would bite?"
yeah,
And sure, they bid all right, dude. They
oh yeah,
shot me $100.
yeah,
I just got to do the video.
yeah, man.
I
That's the
was
way you
like,
do
"What
it.
the hell? Are you serious?"
I figured that out a long time ago. I had this bean company, canned beans, and they were
Yeah.
called Smoky Hollow beans, and they're actually cooked in whiskey and
Wow.
stuff. They don't taste like whiskey; they're delicious, but I didn't know that. And so, anyway, I just kind of laughed at us as beans. I'm not using canned beans on my channel.
Right.
And
Right.
anyway, I just threw a number out there. I said, "Well,
Yeah.
typically I get $600 to do a video like that. Well, let me go over it with my team. We do have a budget." And
Yeah.
they come back and said, "Yeah, we'll do it. You'll have to fill out a 1099." And I did. And they sent me, it's in the other room, but I got like a barrel that says Whiskey Hollow. They sent me like a wood barrel to use as a
Wow.
prop. We keep our change in that now. They sent
Yeah.
me every beans they make, and I did the
Wow.
video and got paid. I said, "Dang, I ought to do that more often." But
Yeah. Usually I'm just like, just send it. I'll do the review. No big deal. I'll take payment as whatever you give me.
yeah,
But they were asking. They wanted to see the video. They wanted some rights to it. Not all rights. They just wanted rights to put it on their platform, if you will.
yeah,
I said,
yeah,
yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But they were asking so much stuff. I was like, well, shit, man, how about $100?
yeah. No shit. Yeah, don't ever be scared to ask them, especially if it's something you can take or leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Something
and
you're
then
not all keyed up on. Yeah, just
I
say,
don't.
"Well, I'll have to
Yeah,
charge you."
thermometers I can care less for, and it's a thermometer actually, and
Yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah,
Z Girls reached out to me and they asked me if I wanted one of their newest pits. And I
hmm,
go, well, can I choose? Because last time you guys sent me what you guys wanted, I want to choose. So I went for that Wi-Fi one.
yeah,
It was out of stock,
uh,
and I go, okay, well, I chose the 1000 series. It has 3 racks in it. It's a bigger one.
yeah,
And she's all like, don't you want the newer one? And I said, no, I want the big one because I got a big family. When I cook, I need all that space.
sure, yeah,
So yeah, they made it a Mother's Day bundle, man. They shot me the grill, cast iron, all kinds of goodies, dude. All kinds of shit.
oh yeah,
It's all
they'll
sitting
hook
in my
you up.
front yard. I haven't put it together yet, but
Yeah, yeah, that's the way to do them. I mean, they're used to having to pay anyway. And
yeah,
if everybody would do that, it would help creators across the board to get paid, you know,
yeah.
and quit
Oh no,
taking
my
stuff
next
for
one.
free.
Yeah, yeah. This time I didn't sign a contract with them, and I said next time I'm getting paid. They're like, yeah, we'd be happy to pay you.
Yeah,
I was like, sweet. You
that's like
know,
that Pits and Spits grill I got. I just released a video on it again. They're paying me for these videos. I told them, I said, I don't need another pit. I don't need another grill. I said,
yeah,
but I'll do videos for you, but I'll have to charge you for each video,
each
and that's what
video.
we're doing. She's every quarter of the year, like every 3 months, she'll send me a check. I mean, she
Yeah,
mails it. I go and put it in the bank. They don't do it
nice.
online or anything. And that is worth 3 videos, one a month. And then I actually got to do another video next week using that pit because I didn't. I got sick in April, and I just said, screw it. I ain't doing it. So I'm giving them
Yeah,
2 in May and 1 in June, and then until they give me another check, that'll be it.
What's
yeah,
up,
yeah,
Goose? This is one of the guys I was telling you about earlier when we opened up about how I went to this guy, Goose, Matt with Natural State, did 3 bucktails for me on air last night.
Oh, this ugly dog lures right here. Yeah. Okay.
This guy airbrushes
Yeah.
sweet.
lures on live, so he'll do chatterbaits and uh, all kinds of stuff. But
Nice.
he's the one I found first off. It'll blow you away. Some of the stuff he uses for like to create the scales on the baits and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just so cool.
Yeah. That's an art right there. Now I can't imagine doing it. I'd hate to see what I'd end up with.
Oh man, I so want to do it, but I gotta pick and choose my fights here. I'm wanting to get into so much stuff.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Those hobbies, man, keep you occupied.
Yeah, Goose, I got my little Pelican today. Got a nice deal. Very happy, very happy. So we'll be doing some getting some bass fishing, and we'll post some pictures. I ain't gonna be quite as silly as Modog. That guy, I don't know why he doesn't do more live shows or full length videos. He can. Modog is such a character. He just has that silly personality about him.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you, Buzz Barbecue. I've sold off a bunch of mine. If I hadn't sold, and I'm talking about since I started this channel, almost 11 years ago, I have sold off a bunch of them. If I had kept all of them, I would probably have over 30 cookers. But
Wow.
if I'm not going to use them, they're not just going to sit outside and run. I sell them for money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm.
that's what Jeff does. He gets all these pellet grills, and he's being paid by some of these companies. Plus, he's able to sell them while they're still new.
yeah.
Yeah.
And make good money that way to help offset what he's not making on YouTube.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
just
what I plan to do with this pellet grill. Sorry, Lance. This other pellet grill that they gave me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna clean it up and sell it. Maybe $400, not much. Maybe
Yes.
300.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't
I've
need it.
only sold one that I regretted, and that was that Lone Star Grills cabinet smoker. I wish I'd have kept that. That was a really good smoker. But outside of that, I don't regret none of the other ones.
Yeah.
yeah. I saw I think it was Jeff's Facebook page this week. He had some type of little pellet smoker on there for sale. It's sold in a matter of no time.
He has a bunch of them outside that he's having to cover with tarps and everything because he doesn't have enough room in his garage, and he's got a big garage. I've been in it,
Oh, yeah.
and
Super
just
garage.
running out of room.
Yeah, my
But
backyard is not big at all. I've been adding all kinds of additions back there. My wife goes, another pit. You better
Yeah,
get rid of the other one. I say, yep.
I think we're getting ready to take that pizza oven I got and bring it over here to where I can use it on a regular
yeah.
basis instead of it being over there and hardly ever get to use it. And
Well, and if you are using it, periodically, you can just use it periodically from your house or something.
yeah, yeah, I can shoot a video periodically from the house, like I've done not that long ago. Like when Derek and them's all sick and stuff, I'll have to get the tripods. I need to get another set of them. I reckon all I would need is two. I got three cameras, but I can make it on two, and then shoot from here every now and then.
Yep.
Is that right? This guy Buzz, it just keeps blowing me away. I mean, he's picking off all these streets by me, and
Ray Finnegan, that sounds familiar to me for some reason.
yeah, I got the what they call him and Thumpaholic. They call it guacamole, and he made one up for me in the teal to replicate a bluegill. And then I've been reading a lot of articles how pink and white have been hitting lately, Goose. And so I got him to make me a pink and white one too. But
I've noticed the color of the water makes a lot of difference in my area. All of our water's kind of stained looking, even the back, anything coming off like the back bayous and all that. But like in Graveline for speckled trout, a root beer colored sparkle, so shrimp is what it is, artificial. Man, I can kill them with that. I could take that same bait like to the Alabama Mississippi state line off of Bayou Heron, and they won't even look at it. It's like that's weird. I don't think I can figure it's the color of the water. Same fish.
so Charlie, well, his name's really Charlie, but he has a nickname called Goose, and I think
Goose?
Goose sounds pretty cool.
Also,
Oh,
I
my little
think
brother,
that
Goose.
cloudy days and sunny days, all that kind of stuff plays into it. You just got to kind of,
Yeah,
or top water or divers. You just got to kind of play around and see what they're going to hit.
I started following this guy. I can't remember his channel name now. In Perspective, something other. He's been a tournament bass fisherman for, I think he said like 30 years. And started watching some of his stuff, and he was talking about water clarity too, Russ. And he's talking about water clarity to 3 foot, and I'm like, shit. I wish there was a body of water around here that had water clarity for 3 feet.
I tell you what, there used to be a place not too far from Parker's Lake, and Parker's Lake's kind of stained looking. It's kind of murky, you know. But these two ponds were crystal clear. I mean, you could see the bass, and you could not catch them, not off the bank, because they could see you. I reckon, you know,
Yeah,
and they would not hit that bait for nothing. I think if you was in a boat lower to the water and could get out far enough, you might could do it, but we couldn't do
yeah.
nothing just standing on a bank.
This guy Goose, he's got about a week, and he says he's going away to do a. He's got a camping channel also, the Ugly Dog Lures.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to go away for a week, I think he said, for a fishing trip. But Goose, I got a question for you. Something else I just got schooled on. I'm a big snap swivel person, and I watched a video the other day where this guy was debunking snap swivels. It's, God, you got to get rid of them. Don't use them. Do direct ties, do leaders, but do away with a snap swivel. And I've always fished snap swivels, but
I think
good
they,
Lord.
the weight of them kind of affect the way the lure was designed to react, is why they say that. Add a
Yeah.
little weight to it. I've used snap swivels, but it was usually with live bait rigs, you know, for like salt water and stuff.
But I'm going to do, I'm also on this other thing, I'm going to do some catch and cook. I
Hmm.
want to buy like just a little small Weber, travel Weber,
Yeah.
and do some catch and cooks. I might
Or
even think about
you
doing.
you could do like me, show catching them, then bring them back and do them right there at your house.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know that.
one of the ones I'm going to do is your full pack. I want to
Oh,
take some
okay.
shrimp there and do some full packs.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I've always wanted to do that when I've never done it.
You can do them in full packs, and you can also use those roasting bags, those clear plastic roasting bags. You can cook shrimp and potatoes and all kind of stuff inside those packs too. You know, it's where you can actually see what you're looking at. You can do them both ways.
Very easy. Yeah, he's in there. I see.
Yeah, he affect the action on some baits for
Yeah.
sure. Always direct. Yeah, I do too on lures.
He was saying something about to the effect that that the fish could even see it as something being out of the ordinary. I'm like, damn, fish are that smart?
Well, they're, I don't know if they got a brain worth anything, but their instincts, I reckon, they can tell when something ain't right. You know.
Well, again, I'm gonna claim old age because I can't remember all the particulars about it. But they did this study where, and Goose might even know about this one. They did the study where they took, they netted some bass and they took them. I can't remember how far away they took them away and released them back into the water. And 90% of them bass came right. They tagged them,
Yeah.
and 90% of them bass were found back where they were removed from.
Up and down. Yeah.
Within, what did they say? Within 90, 90 yards or something like that from where they were caught.
Bees are pretty amazing too. How you can travel miles and miles and miles with a hive, you know, and then the ones that were not in there, when you took it, they'll find it. They'll travel and find that queen, you know.
Well, that's Franco, Jeremy. That guy Jeremy Franco, he can tell you some stuff about them bees and queen bees.
Yeah, I just what little bit I do know, I learned from my dad because he used to have a bunch of beehives and harvested honey and all that stuff and sold it, had labels. But he was into it. I wasn't. I was just picking up on a little bit of stuff he was saying.
Okay, he's agreeing with that then.
It's kind of weird. It's like if you pick up a, you know, a hive, a box, the bee boxes, and walk across your yard, they can't hardly find that, but they can find it miles away. So when you move it, you have to move it a few feet every day. You know what
Yep,
I'm
I
saying?
think Franco did say that.
Until you get to where you want to put it. But if you get ready to move and you're moving 20 miles from there, they'll find it.
Yeah.
It's
I gotta
crazy.
go back to Eric's thing here. Yeah, that's what I thought. All this for Mother's Day, Eric. 6 pork butts.
Very nice.
Man, it's a lot of pork butt.
Yeah, that is. He must be cooking for a wedding or something.
Got
Party.
4 in the pit right now and 2 to go. I guess there's none of them Uncle Dickie shows tonight. Then maybe.
I don't know. I hadn't heard.
He said he's got 2 more to cook tonight yet.
Dang,
Oh,
you need to get you a smoker big enough to do them all at one time. My wife did 6 right outside here when I had my offset here. Somebody
Uh,
down the road was wanting me to cater a wedding. I told her to tell them I wasn't interested, and she goes, "I'm gonna do it. They pay me." I said, "Have at it." She did too.
no way. Are you serious?
I'm serious. She fired that all
You
set
did
up,
it,
and
huh?
I come home from work, and she already had them on there. And yeah, she did the whole thing 6, 3 on the bottom, 3 on the top, right?
Wow, that is
Coming
Trina?
up
awesome.
good.
you said Trina did that?
Yeah, yeah. A couple
Is
of
that
years
right?
ago. Yeah. Before I moved the offset to Alabama.
Yeah.
Nice.
She
Because
did
I'm
not
getting
want me
paid
to
for
move
this
that
one.
pit over there. I said, I shoot videos over there now. I've got to, you know.
No. You gotta keep your distance from them gas stocks. Buzz. They don't want you anywhere near them.
He said they
I
are
mean, you
going
can
live
get real
tonight.
close to them, but
Who the
yeah.
heck is doing all this texting? Oh, that's Jeff. Well, our boys team won conference and track. Been since I was in school since they have done that. That's cool.
10 pounds of fajitas. All right,
20
all kinds of
pounds.
celebrating going on this weekend. I'm feeling a little left out personally.
Yeah, my wife go out there and fire any pit up anytime she. I mean, she grew up around that stuff, you know, just like I did. Actually, I didn't. My dad, mother, they didn't do any grilling or smoking. I didn't pick that up until I left the house at 19 years old. First thing I did is went and bought a grill. Then I turned around and bought a bullet style smoker. Been doing it ever since.
Sweet.
No, we did grow up on barbecue, but he'd just go buy it, you know.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
We grew up on carne ranchera, asada. You know, just the Weber grill and fucking grilled meat.
I'll be honest with you, if I didn't have this channel, I doubt seriously I would have ever owned all these different smokers. I would
Me
own a
too.
Weber for sure, and I would probably own a Weber, Smoky Mountain, the
Yeah.
bullet style. That's all I would need. I mean, it's just us, you know.
That's a typical guy comment right there.
Yeah, I didn't know if I could fit 6 on my Rider DLX. Of I could have, but after one had 4 on there, I need an
Honey,
LSG. Yeah,
honey, see, if I'm gonna cook like this, babe, I need that LSG. I can see it now. I hear him already talking to his wife.
I'll tell you what, that LSG cabinet smoker I had, you talk about some real estate, man. You could do probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You could probably do 16 pork butts on that smoker, and
Oh,
I end
yes.
up selling it, man, like a dummy.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna. What's that? Simon, I'm getting away easy. I'm gonna hang another rack of baby backs tomorrow for the wife. That's all I'm gonna do. I went into on my way back from Breezy Point Beach, man. I really told my age to this lady that was selling this boat. I said I was naming all these places. Man, it's been decades since I've been down this area. I said used to be a place called Rod and Reel Club. She says that's still there. She said, but they've ruined the place anymore. It ain't nothing like it used to be. I said, it used to be. I said, is the carnival still there? She says, carnival. I said, yes, ma'am. That rod and reel had a campground, and it had an all year round permanent carnival that they
Wow.
would only wrap things up in the wintertime. She said, you're kidding me. I said, no, indeed. So that was news to her. Well, Buzz might be able to relate to that.
Dang,
Rod and
Eric.
reel.
I was going to tell Eric he should have borrowed Ricer's. What is that one Smoke Daddy makes? That cabinet. That thing's a beast.
2300.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
buddy.
thing,
You
you
got
put
one,
some
don't
stuff
you?
in that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got one.
I would
I
like to
love
have that one myself just to do fish with, something to hold a lot of fish, you know?
Yeah. I talked to a guy the other day that also got that little piece. I got showed you a little piece of steak I got.
Yeah.
He got the other half of it. It's so hard. They're supposed to be. They want everybody to get rid of them, but yet you can't get them, find them anywhere. But
What was it?
the snakehead fish.
Oh, snakehead. Yeah, yeah.
He said he put his in the oven, and I started shaking my head. I said, "Oh man!" I said, I was waiting for him to say, "And my wife kicked my ass for smoking up fish, putting that fish smell inside of her oven." He said, he says there wasn't one speck of evidence that there was a fish smell in that oven from that fish.
Well, I was going to say my mom used to take, I remember she'd do flounder, and we caught a bunch of Spanish mackerel one time. And she would take them fish and she'd cook them the old style stoves where the broiler was at the bottom, gas fired, you know. And she pulled that out and broil those fish with like a butter and lemon
Mm.
sauce on top of them. Man, they were good. And she would broil those
Yeah,
and the flounder or whatever fish, you know. But I remember those Spanish mackerel were just, I couldn't get over how good they were. It's like, oh my God, that's good. I'd like to get my hands on some of them.
yeah, Jay, that Ron Reel, I remember that place, man. That used to be the happening place.
I smoked some mullet in that cabinet smoker before I sold it, and I left the door open for 2 days. And after 2 days, I could not smell any fish. I did immediately after. I could smell that fishy smell, but just letting it air out 2 days got rid of all of
I drink about 14 beers when I use my offset, and that's when I'm not thirsty. No,
it.
that's when I'm not thirsty.
My poor old offset, I don't know when I'm ever going to use that again, man. That old hickory is just such a dream to cook on. Go over there and turn it on, dial it in to wherever you want it, and forget it, man. It's
Yeah,
too easy, and we're not going through a smidgen of the wood we used to. It's
yeah.
crazy.
I'm saving my money for that bad boy.
Oh man, you're gonna love it. Somebody was commenting on that video where I was showing it, and he's nothing can put smoke down like an LSG pellet grill, and and nothing's easier to operate. I'm just shaking my head on it. Did you even watch this video? I said,
Right.
dude,
You watch this
I
channel,
said,
you idiot.
I still own an LSG pellet grill, and I'm telling you, this smoke is way better. It lays smoke on that meat like my offset can't even compare to it. And I ain't just saying that. Everybody that's tastes is like, oh my God, that's good, and you can't over smoke on it. Or I guess you could if you just didn't know what you were doing and overloaded way too much smoke or something.
But
But
there's got to be something. I mean, there's got to be something.
I think it's the convection, which when you open the lid, it breaks that. All of a sudden the smoke comes out. But when it's closed, the fire is in the back of it, and there's a wall, and that heat comes around, and it starts doing this through it just lays smoke on there like no other
Okay.
pit. Offset comes in and over and back out.
So it could even circulate twice or two, three times before it actually leaves the cabinet.
Oh yeah, easy. Because
Yeah.
if you remember that video where the stacks they're all the way in the bottom, that smoke's got to work its way down before it can come back out, and it just starts this circulation, and it's exiting too, you know.
Right.
But it's really hard to describe. But you just have to use one to know what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I know a guy might let me borrow one, but I
Yeah,
gotta get it here.
and that's just this little one. But I figured out real quick why all these restaurants use them, and not just Old Hickory. Your Southern Fries are the same configuration, but they're feeding masses of people. And yeah, I know Texas uses the big 1,000 gallons, but they're about the only ones that do. Everybody else is going to have two or three of these at their
Yeah.
establishment because they ain't got a tin of wood. Every 5 6 hours, check on it. If you're noticing some smoke not coming out like you want it to, but outside of that, it's very efficient on gas.
Yeah.
I don't I don't remember Mr. Savoy Buzz, but I do remember Mr. Sweet that had bicolored corn. And I'm telling you, I've never had bicolored corn like that brand of corn. I've had bicolor many times afterwards, but I would take that hour drive just to go pick up that bicolored corn from him. It's so good.
We've had the ice cream man. We had the ice cream truck.
I was wondering if I was
Corn
getting ready to
man.
say
We had the
someone
fucking
got a
dog.
radio plan.
What's up?
I was just getting ready to say someone got a radio plan. You can
Mother
beat
shit, man. Everybody and their fucking mothers out today. It's hot and sunny here. That's why everybody's out,
Yeah, it's like the Northern Neck tomatoes, Buzz. They said that, and it's true. Northern Neck tomato is out of this world. It's something about the soils in Virginia that them tomatoes out of Northern Neck, Virginia, are excellent. There's Eric saying ain't no better smell than an LSG pellet smoker.
They do good. They do great. Out of all pellet smokers, they do the best. In my
Yeah.
opinion, not that I've owned all of them. I'm just comparing it to what I've had, but it won't even hold up to my offset. And I definitely won't hold up to the Old Hickory.
Yeah,
I could prove that to anybody that wants to come down and taste the difference.
yeah. Because you even said that the old hickories are known to being like restaurants. You're
Oh yeah, that's primarily where they're at. Most
yeah.
of them they make are huge, double. I mean, really big, and they got different sizes. They make over 20 models, and most of them are commercial applications.
Right.
The only two, well, maybe three models they got that's considered residential is the CTO, the Ultra Q, the one I got, and they got another one that's even smaller, and I can't remember the name of it. You want to see my latest toy, Lance?
Sure.
It's a gun. It's a gun. Before I show you, is that all right?
That's as long as
Okay.
as long as you don't load a magazine in it.
No, I ain't gonna
That's
load the magazine in.
that police issue 873, something like that.
That's a 12
Look at
gauge
that.
shotgun.
Yeah.
Damn. That's a nice gun there, man. I
I
like that.
shot it the other day at Derek's house. Woo, buddy! I'd hate to be on the other end of that barrel.
Yeah.
That sucker's
Damn,
man.
that's nice, man.
Yeah,
Choke barrel too? Or is that just a sparker
yeah.
rest? Or is that
It's
choke?
got a. It is choked, but it'll hold 5 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking about getting an extension tube here to bring it out even with the barrel. But
That's
maybe
legal
not.
in Mississippi?
I don't know. That's what I got to check into.
Check that because you can't do that in Maryland.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't worry about it. That's just in a dire situation anyway. You know what I'm saying? But pull out the handgun for anything else. What I did buy, I bought this little doohickey here. Uh, all right, this latches on this. This latches on this rack right here. Okay,
Right?
and then on the side of it,
Oh, I guess I could do my job.
and on the side of it, you can lay like a tactical
Okay,
flashlight
yeah.
on it,
Nice.
Yeah.
and it's got a clamp. Only problem is, by the time I spread this open enough for the flashlight to go in it, the screws run out. So I'm gonna have to take my screws to an auto parts or Lowe's or somewhere and see if I can get that same thread pitch and get
A
them
little
probably a
longer.
quarter-inch longer
Yeah.
because this is a German flashlight. Lead, what is it? Lead Lenser? Yeah, Lead Lenser MT10.
That
That's
came from the same place?
no,
LED. LED.
yeah, sucker's
Yeah.
bright.
Oh man.
Yeah, but like I told her, I said, if it's middle of the night, all the lights are off, you hear something, I want that light and on when I'm
Yeah.
pointing. That way I know what the heck I'm shooting at,
No,
if I ever had to.
there's a big talk. That was the CCW classes, and they said the same thing. My instructor said, "You're sort of kind of right, and you're sort of kind of wrong. So you shine a light at them. If you don't hit them right in their eyes, good enough with it, all you did is just gave them a target to shoot at.
Yeah, that's true too. That's why a
So
lot
if
of
you
cops
do it,
throw that light up
yep.
here
So
and their
if you
gun right
do it,
here. Yeah,
yep, exactly. Make sure the light is offset from you.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I thought about it and I said, I can't hardly see at night, like in our bedroom. It's pitch black. That light's coming on even before they bust that door down. That way I know exactly what I would be shooting at, if something like that ever happened. But the way things are going, man, it's something to think about.
Maybe that's where I got it from, Jay. I can eat a tomato sandwich with mayonnaise, salt, and pepper for dinner every night until the acid catches up to me.
Dang,
I
you can't
love a
have the
tomato
three
sandwich.
shells in there? That sucks. Now this did have a plug in it where I could only get two in it, and that's the first thing I took out.
Yeah. What's up, Scotty?
What's the plug for, Russ?
You have more to show in the deer season. You can have
Plug?
5, Chuck. You can have five rounds in Maryland.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt, Quint.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt.
Maybe I shouldn't say nothing. I heard George was telling me a story earlier that Quint was involved in.
Shoot the bastard.
Kind of quiet here. No homes robbed. Yeah.
Shoot him in the leg at least.
We haven't had no crime around here. I mean, everybody's got crime. I'm talking about like really bad neighborhood or nothing like that. But that don't mean it won't be like that in the future when things keep going the way they're going. I don't know if y'all are paying attention to everything going on, but it ain't looking
No.
good.
With the laws and stuff.
I'm just talking about the threat of nuclear war between China and Russia for one thing. Then we got our own set of problems within the country with economy and the prices. And, if the dollar just fails and the economy goes to the toilet and you ain't able to buy nothing, people are going to come taking what you got or going to try to,
Right.
That's what I'm
Got
saying.
nothing but my barbecue pits, and I'm playing.
Yeah. But,
George,
Now-
did you get another pit?
Yeah, I was when you were off with the señorita. I was telling Russ that Z-Girl sent me another pit. They sent me a mother's bundle. It came with the cast iron, all kinds of little tools and shit from the pellet grill. They wanted me to get the newest model they had, but I didn't want the newest model. I wanted something older, the 1000 series, something bigger. It has 3 racks on it.
Yeah, you were telling me. So you want the 1100? I think you got the 1100 or something like that.
They didn't have the 1100, so it was out of stock. So I got the 1000 or something like that. It's a
But you
nice
did
little-
already get it then, huh?
Got it Friday.
That's good. That was quick.
Yeah, it's sitting right here in front of my house. I haven't. I don't have time to put it together. Tomorrow, I mean, I plan to chill all day. I was planning to do a video, but I'm tired. I just want to chill. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, Kyle?
where do you live at, Ugly Dog Lures?
He's
What state?
I guess I'll let him answer. You did ask him. I got your answer, but he's in a chat now.
My son is moving back down here from Philadelphia late tomorrow night, like be Monday actually in the early AM, like 2:30 a.m. They're coming down here, bought a house. He says, I've had it with all this crime ridden area up around Philadelphia and Maryland. I guess he means Baltimore. That's where his
Yeah, Baltimore. Yeah,
Jeep got stolen, and he's like, man, it's getting bad. I'm like, come down here. I said, we're going to be the southern United States of America before long. This crap keep getting out of hand.
Yep.
I know how these people think.
Yeah, the town that I'm in, I mean, yeah, there's crime, but the neighborhood that I'm in, it's a lot of people that are retired already. So all these people, most of these people are retired. There is a few rentals around us, which they're not too bad. The people that come in and out, but it's most of the park's pretty damn quiet out here.
Yeah, there's definitely some deer up there in Wisconsin, man. You can look out Ricer's back windows any given morning. There's deer just all back in there. He's got like a
Uh,
swamp in behind him. He's got his yard. It runs down a hill, then a little spot of woods, and then it's like swamp. It's water and all, And them deer all in there. And then he had that one right around the corner. I got it on video when I did that video. I'm like, holy crap, dude! Those deer are a little redder color than the whitetail we have here in Mississippi. Ours are kind of more a little darker, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed. Man, it's a red looking deer. I guess it's a white tail. Look like one.
Yeah, Goose. I think he's. I thought he would have replied back, but now I believe he's New Mexico, somewhere around Mexico, New Mexico. Yep. Damn.
Okay.
If I wait a couple seconds.
sort of Man's Kitchen is Kevin. No, he went to Flagstaff.
Oh
He
no,
went to New Mexico.
he was New Mexico, right?
Yeah, I think he's in Flagstaff now or something like that.
We've actually been having a little crime wave here. I know there were 7 shootings in 7 days right here in the Biloxi area or the Gulf Coast area, which is
Well,
really unheard of. You'll hear about it every now and then, but not like it's been.
that's one of the reasons I don't. We used to watch the news. Me and my wife were key on news, and little by little, we just stopped watching it, man.
Well, I
There-
quit watching like mainstream news because you can't believe half of it. It's what ain't fake ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're watching the NBC, I think, with Lester.
Yeah,
Lester, I forgot his last name. But the war, when the war came, it kind of just turned everything off for us. I mean, that's
yeah.
pretty fucked up of Russia what they did.
Hmm.
And it's still going on, dude. And those guys, I mean, fuck,
Oh,
right?
it's escalating, man. It's getting ready to get real over there. I subscribe to a lot of channels on YouTube. Canadian Prepper is one of them, and he's a bit of a sensationalist, but he ain't as bad as this other guy I watch it. The sky's falling type thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of the information he gives you is really up to the minute news and probably a lot more factual than what you'll hear on TV. And I don't know where he gets his info. I have no idea,
Yeah, they should send someone out there and fucking handle that guy. Yeah, Lester Holt, NBL.
Yeah.
We watched that guy. We were on key, bro, but I mean, we just stopped because of the war. It just,
Yeah, it's depressing. Some of them you watch are
Right,
just
it's
too
like,
damn
fuck.
depressing.
oh, you in the military, ugly dog lures?
They're ready to find a new home, but I still have to serve.
I still have
Okay.
time to serve on back. I guess he is.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just learned just yesterday. He said that he's works a lot of hours, like 70 hours a week.
yeah, maybe they can send a special unit out there without Russia knowing shit. And take everybody out.
Yeah, Wisconsin up there in that area, from what I've seen of it, unless you're like in Milwaukee or Green Bay or in the little bit bigger cities, man, that's a really good place to be.
Yeah, you were saying. I remember one of the trips you took to Ricers. You were like
Yeah,
really fell in love with the place.
I did. I really did.
That was
Small
probably-
town, everybody knows everybody. It's
Nice.
just, and everybody's got your back for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I guess that's a double-edged sword, though. They could also
Yeah, it could be.
be in your stuff too much.
Yeah.
Get to go ice fishing though.
Yeah, that'd be the only hard part is dealing with them cold winters, man.
Nah, I rather
Jeff's
go.
wanting to move south. He's fed up with not his area, but just being in the north and the way that the majority, or what appears to be the majority, the way they're thinking. It's just
Yeah.
he's about had it.
No, Kyle, unfortunately not. I did submit a letter last night that the IRS sent to me. I haven't no reply to the letter I sent up to them, but it normally takes them 2 or 3 days to respond to anything you do anyway. But it's not as yet. Money keeps growing, but they took away my monetization for right now. No running no commercials, but the money did jump before they did that.
I do know one thing. If I lived up north, and let's say that somehow the electrical grid or whatever got wiped out and nothing would work, I would not want to be in that cold ass place in. You'd be building, unless you got a fireplace, then you could get through it all right. Military contractor, I do explosive ordnance. Awesome.
Is that right?
You got any of that on your channel by any chance? I watch a
There's
lot of stuff like that.
actually the guy that I was talking to that buzzed barbecue. I was telling him that my buddy moved to Arkansas under 2 years ago. That's what he used to do at Indian Head Naval Air Ordnance Station.
Yeah, if you got a fireplace, you'd be good. You'd be golden. Luckily, our winters don't get that severe here. It gets cold, but I mean, every now and then it dips like into the 20s, but the next day it's right back up in the 60s. We could survive it. Yeah, I love a fireplace. I
Me
don't have
too.
one, but I like them.
Oh, I've got a heat pump in here, and I'll fire up that wood stove and run that wood stove before I'll ever turn that power switch on that heater.
When
I
I got
love a wood stove.
when I got transferred up to Newport News through our shipyard here in Pascagoula, they furnished all of our apartments. Each guy got his own apartment, and they had fireplaces in them. I'm like, oh hell yeah! And as soon as it got cold enough to fire that thing up, I went and bought like a pack of wood, just to fire that fireplace up. I just loved sitting by one.
Yeah, it's like camping.
Yeah, you're used to it, Eric. You've been living up there all these years. See, to me, it's the heat that gets me. I don't have a cold problem down here. It don't get cold enough to really bother me, but the heat, on the other hand, miserable during June, July, August.
I don't mind the heat as long as it's not over 100 and over a
Well,
hundred.
we got a lot of humidity, and dry heat probably wouldn't mess me near as bad. But when you combine it with all that steam and humidity, it's just
Yeah, that's
miserable, man.
we get that maybe 2 weeks out of the year. Well, here where I live,
Yeah,
nasty man, nasty,
yeah.
sticky
You
shit.
can take a shower and put on some fresh clothes, go outside. As soon as you come back in, you need another shower. It's just everything's sticking to you.
Yeah.
Well, summer's getting late. I mean, I know summer's not here, but in Cali, it's in May. It's usually upper 90s, hundreds. It's coming late, man.
Ours has been averaging like, I don't know, mid to upper 80s. It's coming.
It's coming now. I mean, it's pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
That is so
humidity
true,
you feel like
Christy.
you can't breathe. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. And I've worked in that stuff all these years. Couldn't
Yeah.
wait for fall, man. Late October gets here, all of a sudden this brisk, cool air starts coming in, blue sky. Like, thank you.
Yeah.
Then you're good to go to like next June. Then it starts heating back up hot again.
Uh, there's Goose. Goose says he's checking loads.
Yeah.
A robot. They do that.
You
The
have a bomb
base.
drum we explode in. And a robot that loads it. Huh.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They got what's up, Chef? They got a base on the next state over in Virginia, actually going towards where Tarina's from. Russ, not nowhere near that far, but in King George, Virginia, Dahlgren,
Mm-hmm.
they have a military base where they have a ship out there that they shoot at and test bombs. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I kind of worry about where I live sometimes because we have this major Navy shipyard here that they would probably love to take out. We have Keesler Air Force Base right here by me here in Biloxi, and that would be a target, I would think. But don't know. I'm sure they got better targets in mind right now.
Yeah, we got a huge ass base in Port Hueneme. It's not too far away from here.
Yeah,
That fucking base is huge. I mean, huge.
we had a Navy base right there in Pascagoula. One of the politicians back in the '80s, they their plan was to strategically put a bunch of small bases all down the Gulf Coast, like from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida, have all these smaller ones. And I thought it was a good idea, but as soon as you swap presidents and everything's changed, they just closed them all down. Yeah, it's like all that money, man, out the window.
Yeah.
It's like makes no sense to me. But the
Well, they got
Coast
our
Guard
money.
has it.
They have our money, so they're gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, the Coast Guard
What's up,
has it
John?
now. You know.
What's up, John? John? Yeah, you work out in that heat. You sort of kind of get used to it. But like Chris was saying earlier, man, sometimes it get around here. You go out of an air conditioned house and walk outside. It's so humid. It's like you take that grass, man. It just sucks the air out of you.
I was hearing about that, Quinn. I know, like around the D.C. area, I was watching something, and they said that they've had over 200 police officers leave in the past year, and they're expecting more, and nobody's trying to come in there and replace them. You know.
Well, no shit. Anything as a police officer you do, you're gonna get busted for it. You know, it's like,
Well, that and the justice system
yeah,
turns
it's all
these
fucked up.
crooks right back out on the street. What's the point?
Yeah.
What about that Marine that's being tried right now for murder?
Yeah, ain't that something?
Putting that crazy guy in a chokehold and ended up dying from it. Now he's being prosecuted for murder.
Well, he didn't die right away. He died later of a heart attack. You know, I don't see how they can even
Why,
tie
why
the.
is it?
And plus, he was on drugs. So what killed him? The drugs or a stranglehold? You know, it's
Right.
like you ought to be thanking the man.
Yep, I agree with you, Russ.
His family said he was a known psychotic. So did anybody take the time to ask him what was wrong? No. When you got someone acting like that and you're locked up inside of a damn train, the only thing you're thinking about is how the hell do I get to the next exit?
Yeah, exactly right. Well, he was the Marine was just trying to get rid of the threat or control the
Right.
threat.
Control the
Yeah.
threat.
That's
Can't
what
even do that
happens, man.
now.
It's the world we live in.
What's up, Steven? How those peppers? They're pretty good.
Did you hear his daughter? Did you hear his daughter in the latest video?
Uh-uh.
I can't remember what the cook was. Oh, it was pickled.
Oh, that's right.
The pickled peppers. And
Yeah.
if I think I've heard her right, she says, "Sorry, Dad, it's one I didn't try," or something like that. Stephen likes that Scotch bonnet stuff, but she ain't want nothing to do with it.
Lance, did you get an email about a hat
No, sir.
today? Okay. I gave somebody emailed me wanting the information. And I gave them your email address and told them your name.
No, we slowed up again. But
Yeah.
no, I got no orders for the hats that I saw. But I've only checked it once today.
Yeah. Oh, I just replied to him this morning, so he might hear in a day or two. His
What's up,
name
Steve?
His name is Bob.
What's up, Uncle Steve?
I can't remember. It's Bob something or Robert.
So we got a new sausage place to take over the one where the guy passed away. Another family went in there and they're doing sausage. I went in today the first time. I got a pound of hot and a pound of mild. I didn't want to stock up on it, just try it. I've got 5 pounds I just made. But I wanted to just to try it. Well, I just went looking around in there a little bit. And hey, love, and they have brisket in there. Chain grocery store by me, $7.99, $6.99 on sale for brisket. This mom and pop place, now they're frozen. Choice briskets, $5.39.
A
Sweet.
pound.
Yep. When a chain grocery store is selling for $6.99 or $7.99 a pound.
Wow.
Dang, man. I'll pay a bunch up there. Jeez.
Crazy.
I bought that tomahawk steak on that video I just released, and actually it wasn't a bad price considering what they normally would cost you elsewhere, but still a lot. $55 for one. That bone was long. That was a full bone right there.
I think at that point we're just paying for the bone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, a lot of it is the
For the
bone, but
nuts.
we measured it. That thing was 2 3/4 inch
Yeah.
thick, and I ate a little bit of it. Derek ate a little bit of it, and he was gnawing the bone. And then Tarina took probably the bulk of it to work with her last night, and she was texting back how good it was. It was good, and it was a choice.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got one of them before. I got that big old bar one you just grab a hold of if you're that Fred Stone
Yeah.
Oh, shit,
feeling that night, but it's definitely a wow factor.
Oh yeah, and that's all it is.
Yeah.
That video kind of lit off pretty good yesterday. It slowed down. It's still cranking though, as usual.
I wish, John, we haven't seen for anything in a long ass time.
I see
Seen
gas
what?
at 4.99 a
Yeah.
gallon still. 5.50. Some bitch.
Oh, I imagine after Derek got through gnawing on it, that he probably gave it to. He's got a dog it's a black mouth cur mixed with shepherd. That's a smart dog, man. You talk about a squirrel dog. That dog go out and it will, as soon as it hits the ground, it's looking up in the trees. You know, it's like
All
I
right.
said, you need to take him out hunting to where he can learn to retrieve it back to you instead of tearing to it, eating it. He shot a couple right there in his backyard with a pellet rifle, and it hit the ground. Then the dog runs off with it. And I said, you got to get him out of that, else he ain't gonna be no good for you.
Yeah, Eric, we usually run Sunday nights, but with tomorrow being Mother's Day, George thought it was wise that we go live tonight. We're probably stepping on some toes, but uh, we only do it when holidays fall on Sundays. We try not to step on other people's toes, but I really don't know. George had a hard day or hard work week. He wanted to drink some beer, so we want to share our beer drinking with our friends. So I really don't have a time in mind.
Just a few more hours. How long we been live? An hour?
Just over an hour, hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Few more hours. I don't know. You know,
Where's Randy at? Figure he'd jump on
Yob.
doing his job, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think NBL asked Christy why you need to make friends with your local butcher shop. Always cutting me deals. Yep,
Yeah, I know a few of them around here.
me too. John. Well, here's a question: do you like the fatty or do you like the lean? I rather smoke the whole brisket. I don't think I've ever smoked the point or the flat by itself.
I have, but it was for a specific reason where I
Yeah.
just needed some brisket meat. But
What's Christy talking about? Less chance of something drying out. I missed that one.
I think a brisket cooks better if it's completely
Yeah,
together. You know,
completely. I agree.
Uh,
Fat is flavor. So fat. Well, you can be pretty aggressive with the trim on the point, regardless if it's a choice or prime. It's still gonna turn out good.
Yeah, I had somebody commenting on. I get what was it? It was those beef ribs I did here a while back, the plate ribs, and I trim all the fat that's on the top because you're not going to get a bark on that. You're going to have like a what looks like a bark on your fat,
Yeah.
and
Right.
in order to get a good bark and get that texture, it's got plenty of intramuscular fat. You don't need all that crap on there, so I get rid
Yeah.
of it.
Uncle Steve, I forgot about your buddy on that Cajun seasoning. I did taste it out of a jar. It's absolutely excellent. I just showed last weekend. I acquired some snakehead fish, and I really am thinking about making not only seasoning the snakehead with it, but I probably rather use that on something else. But I want to make a dipping sauce from that's rub just to try a different,
What's up, Eric?
something a little
What up,
different.
Russ?
Everybody's gonna want to cook with it, and I thought a dipping sauce would be awesome with that stuff. But
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
haven't.
forgot about you, buddy. I just wanted to be special when I do decide what I want to do with it.
Yeah, Uncle Steve, I haven't had time. I told you I was gonna put out a video right quick that day. I just haven't had the time, man. What's up,
What's
CJ?
What's up, Eric?
Not much, boys. Just taking a break from tending my butts.
Mama Papa Joe, what's up?
Hell out of the fat cap.
Yeah,
Oh,
Russ,
someone
I need an LSG. I need a bigger pit. If Ricer's had his off-road wheels on his pit, it would be at my house right now. I would have hooked it up to side by side and pulled it down the road.
You talking about the pellet grill or the?
Yep, the pellet. I suppose I could have shanghaied Vader and brought it home.
Yeah, that'd have got it done for sure.
Yeah, I got 50 pounds of pork butt to do for a cousin's grad party, so
Nice.
I bought 6 butts from Costco, and they're a lot smaller than my normal ones I usually get from my local butcher. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know if 6 will fit in there. And I threw the 4 in there, and I looked at it and went, yeah, I could fit 6 in here if I tried hard enough. So
Yeah,
I'm like, whatever. We're doing a show tonight, so I'm like, I got timers set, so I run upstairs, check the stuff, come back down, and not too
and
crazy.
why are you making all that? What's it for?
My cousin's graduation party in a couple weeks.
Oh, okay.
My aunt
You
asked
talking-
me.
Steve, is that the Cajun that you're talking about?
Ooh.
So what you gonna do? You gonna shred all of it and vacuum pack it until then? Good move.
Yep. The weekend that it's going on, I'm going to see George Strait, so I really don't
Okay.
have time to do it before. Normally, like when I do stuff for people, I do it the day of.
What kind of vacuum sealer do you have? Is it a chamber vac by any chance? Or
No, it's one.
I don't
I
guess
wish
it
it was.
matters, but take those packs, man. A quick way to do that is get you a big pot, get that water boiling, drop them in there frozen, and get back to a boil, and you'll have them reheated in no time. Still be juicy and smoky and everything.
Yeah, that's what I told my aunt to do.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw them in
So-
the bags, freeze them a little bit with a little juice, and then seal them.
yeah. Then
So I have a question, Russ.
yeah,
So it's not. It's like what do you call that? Sous vide.
Justin Mouse.
So it's
sous
not-
vide. Yeah,
Yeah. So if I do that, I don't have to wait. I mean, like if the water is at room temperature, I put the brisket or whatever I put in there. I don't let it come up to temp with the meat inside. I can boil the meat. I mean, boil the water, and then just drop the pack like you said.
if it's already pre-cooked,
Yeah.
For instance, we reheated some the other night, but you might remember that big pork loin I did on that
Right.
old hickory, and I shaved it with my meat slicer real thin. Well, I divided that up. I left Derek more than half of it, and I took about that much home, and I shaved it before I left, and I separated it into individual vacuum bags. I got a chamber bags to clear bags.
Nice.
And I vacuum packed each one enough for 2 sandwiches, me and my wife. That's all we're going to eat. And so we took
Right.
one of them bags out today. You get your pot of boiling water on your stove, get it boiling, drop that bag in there, and it'll come back to boil after maybe 5 minutes, but leave it in there 15 to 20 minutes. That's all you got to do. Cut it, break the seal on it. You're ready to make sandwiches. You can reheat
yeah.
brisket, pork butt,
It's
anything
good.
like that.
I've
That
always
is,
wondered about that. Yeah.
no, that's the best way to do it. You know,
Yep.
in
It's
my
definitely
opinion,
good that way.
it's going to be just like the day you cooked it. Well, maybe not. You know, it is frozen, but
Yeah.
I couldn't tell the difference, man. It was just good. You know.
That's what I normally do with mine, at least. Like we
Yeah.
when I do pork butts, it's just the wife and I, so we cryovac everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, I want to get a chamber vac one. If I keep doing this stuff, I'm gonna upgrade. Like I couldn't quite talk the wife into let me go buy a Pit Boss cabinet smoker this weekend. She's like, you have all these smokers. I'm like, I do, but I only have one pellet grill. She goes, well, fire up one of your other ones. I'm like, it's not for me. I'm doing it for somebody, so I want the flavor profile to be equal across the board.
Right.
Right.
You know, and I said I don't want to have to tend it.
Derek was telling me today, he says, if Vbor reaches back, I said, dude, all I got to do is tell them what I want. I said, they already have. He goes, well, I want their chamber back. I said, well, it probably ain't as good as one I got, but it'll work. You know,
Yeah.
Greg just got one that he got it, and then he gave it to somebody that was needing one or want one. I said, okay. And I forgot to contact him, but I need to contact him, tell him I'll do a review on their chamber back and leave it with him. He's got a vacuum sealer that I bought a couple of years ago, nice wide one, but it's not a chamber vac. You can do so much more with a chamber vac. You know, you can seal the small mason jars. You can do gumbo soups, stews, anything with liquid. It don't get sucked out of the bag like the other types. You know, it don't suck meat out of a steak as it's sealing. It don't do any of that. It's pretty cool how it works.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a problem of mine. If I have any liquid in there, it sucks it right out.
Yeah, I don't know who designed those things, but it's got that dome, and what it does, you lay that bag in there with the product in the bag. You know, you put it on that seal bar and you close it. Well, it's still open to the atmosphere, and when you pull a vacuum, it's pulling a vacuum not just in the bag, but around the bag. Everything inside that dome is under vacuum. So while it's under vacuum, once it achieves that, it seals it, then it releases the vacuum, and that's when it goes. It just sucks down instantly after it's sealed because it was in a vacuum when it got sealed, and that's why it don't suck anything out. The vacuum is not just in the bag; it's around everything around it at the same time. Pretty cool.
Oh wow!
Sweet.
I just learned something. So the other one, Eric, the one you use, it sucks all the juice out. You wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
put
if you use a normal one, yeah,
It's pulling the whole time.
yeah.
Like if I do any meat, I throw it in the freezer for 15, 20 minutes to stiffen it up real good.
Yeah.
Then I
That's-
cryovac it. Like if we do any fruits,
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it. If you're going to freeze steaks, get them kind of almost hard. Don't get frost on it, but get them almost there to where it ain't going to suck all the juice out of them, you know?
Okay,
Yep.
well, that's one way of getting past it. Okay, cool. Yeah, because
Yeah.
the company that I'm working with, they have all that shit. It's Inkbird, and they got all kinds of shit on their website, dude. So
Yeah.
I was like, well, shit,
I would
man.
recommend getting a chamber vac. If they're kind of pricey. I think the one I got sells for $1,100 or $1,200 if you buy it. You know?
There's some pricey son to gun, but there's cheaper ones, but they're
Yeah.
not big.
The Vbor, I haven't looked, but it's probably in the $400 to $500 range. You know,
Wow.
I had to guess, but I'll get him one. I don't know how long. I've had this one for years, and it's oilless. I don't have to change the oil, replace the oil. It's completely maintenance free.
That's nice.
I've had it for I know 6 years. It's a VacMaster VP210.
sweet.
Mm.
No, yeah, we're rocking tonight at 8:00. Dickie's got something special up his sleeve. Or our show's not as normal, as chaotic as normal tonight. So Dickie had an accident. Yeah, Dickie had a small accident today. So
Oh, really?
I'm gonna have to report him to HR for not using proper PPE while using a mandolin.
Your
So,
mic's
okay.
cutting out.
Oh,
Mine is,
really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Pulled a Tom Garvey.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, he filleted himself a little bit.
Yeah.
But
I don't
so
see,
yeah,
you don't see Kent. You don't see Kent around that much anymore during the week. Like you
he's
used
busy
to.
working, and he's prepping for comps on weekends.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
my
thought
mic
about
is cutting
that.
in and out. I got computers updating.
I was reading Jared's comment. I want one of those moonshine stills. I was actually looking into that too, but from everything I can see in my state, it's illegal to even own one, whether you're making booze with it or not. just having possession
Amazon
of
sells
it.
them.
Yeah, you can buy them. I could buy them. They got a company out of Georgia. I think Jared's the one that sent me the information on. They make really nice full size. I'm like, holy crap, man! I'd like to have that, but
You-
I don't know if I.
Wisconsin, you can have it, but you're only allowed 5 gallons a month.
Well, see, that's what Derek was trying to tell me about this day. So where are you reading that from? Because I don't believe everything I read on the internet, but I've yet to read anything like that. But he was talking about Alabama too. He might be able to get away with it, but I wasn't gonna risk it.
Yeah, small batches you're allowed to get away with.
Yeah,
because it's no different than it falls under the category of making homemade beer.
Yeah,
and homemade wine, like it's whatever quantity that is. That's where it falls
well,
under.
I know we can do that in the state because my dad used to do both of them. He used to make Scuppernong wine and he made different kinds of beer and stuff. You know, he enjoyed it. It was a hobby for him. But he never made moonshine. But there again, I think it was definitely illegal back then. But the laws have changed so much. That's kind of like used to be in this state, you had to have a concealed carry permit. You get it through the highway patrol office, but now you don't even got to have that. You can conceal or open carry in the state. Alabama, I think, just went to that or getting ready to. So
yeah, they've got open carry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've had open carry, but I'm talking about concealed carry. You had to have a permit, but not anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Not us. I'm in Maryland. Too close to DC line, I guess.
No doubt, man.
That's why I live in Wisconsin, baby.
You got to apply for all that stuff. At least that New York Supreme Court ruling gave us
you got to have a reason, too. Like I know a guy that owned the automotive shop I used to work at nights when I left the shipyard, and he had open carry, and he kept it. It was in a holster, but it was behind him. He'd be bent over working on the car, and you'd see that handgun. But he had a permit because he was a business owner, having to take and bring large sums of money in and out. So he had no problem getting it. You have to have a reason to even be approved. But now, like I said, you don't need it in this state. That was probably, I don't know, 10 years ago that I worked there, maybe longer.
Yeah, that's the same. That's how it is in Maryland. You had to give them a good substantial reasoning. And like you said, carrying, taking deposits, making cash deposits, collecting money for customers. That was reason enough. Protecting your materials.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sherry.
Chad sent me a picture. He was up there at a pawn shop somewhere in Philadelphia. Where's that at? Oh, here it is. He was showing me something that was hanging on their wall at this pawn shop. Look at that top one.
Oh, shit.
It's a freaking rocket launcher, man. I'm like, good God. He said, there's just some home defense. I was like, shit, you blow your house up.
I'm like, that under insurance.
Why would you even own that? As far as I know, you can't get ammo for it unless you make it. But
if you know people.
I couldn't $3,000 for that thing. I couldn't even believe
that it would.
I couldn't believe you could actually buy it from a pawn shop. That's crazy.
That's cheap.
Yeah,
I figured it'd be at least 10 or 12.
That's what he wrote on there. $3,000 without ammo. Let's see. Yeah, $3,000 at the pawn shop. M4 rocket launcher, badass home defense. And I said, you blow your damn house up, ha ha. Laughing out loud, definitely F some shit up. I said, no doubt.
Oh yeah,
that's the reason I got that shotgun over AR or anything, because I don't need bullets spraying and going in people's houses. Shotgun's your best home defense, in my opinion. That and a handgun.
Yep. ARs, all they are overgrown 22s. They're nothing crazy.
I'm not gonna buy nothing like that. Jeez.
I plan on getting a couple.
I'm talking about
these
that
fun
rocket
ones.
launcher.
Of what?
ARs.
Oh, AR? Yeah, I would definitely get an AR.
Or rocket launcher. I mean, I was looking at I saw the other day.
we got a gun show coming up, and I'm gonna look at the price of the SKS. I used to own one of them with a 30 round banana clip, and I ended up selling it to the work leaderman we had in our crew years ago. He taught me out of that. I should have never sold that gun. And I'm gonna look to see what it costs. Back in them days, you can get them brand new in a crate with the wax and all still on it for $99.
I was
Wow.
just going to say $99 with the Cosmoline all over them. It was
Yeah.
almost extra worth the payment. Let someone else take
Yeah.
that Cosmoline off. But you know the easiest way to get that Cosmoline off is to put that thing in like a dark plastic bag and set it out in the direct sunlight. Let that sun work on that stuff for a while.
That makes sense. I don't remember being at, of course, that was a long time ago. It was back in the 80s when I had that.
Thank you,
thing.
Charlie.
But I bought up a bunch of those Chinese rounds at Target practice with full metal jackets, and man, talk about penetrating a damn tree. Holy
Oh, yeah.
crap.
I think we know the answer to this one, Russ. And Russ is going to show you here in just 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I like that.
What brand is that, Russ?
That is Academy's brand, ATA.
Oh.
Etro.
It almost looks like a Benelli M4.
Yeah, Academy makes it. That's what the guy was telling me that checked me out at Academy. I bought it from Academy, brand new. $249 for the black one, $269 for that one. I said, man, that's cheap nowadays. I'd
That's-
probably
Yep.
be better off with a Mossberg or something that's tried and true, but screw it. It works great, man. The action is good on it.
We had a batch of them up by us. They were called Warthogs. I saw them. Was it last 2 Christmases ago for like $250? I saw them and I looked at my wife. I said, "I'm buying a couple of these." A couple of them. I said, "They're great Christmas presents." I'm like, $250. You can't go wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
you shoot 1,000 rounds through it. If it melts, big deal. It's $250.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, when I bought it, come in a box and the barrel was not attached, so I had to learn right then and there how to assemble and disassemble this gun. I've done had it apart 3 times. I took it over to Derek's to make sure everything worked right. I said, I'm gonna make sure this thing fires, and he said, shoot right over there, and I backed up. Pow! Holy shit, man! This thing gonna kick like a mule. I said, I'd hate to be the sucker on the other side of that. I haven't shot a shotgun in a long time.
Yeah, that's why they make them cheap. There's no recoil assist with them.
Yeah,
Like
that's
my
made in Houston, Texas, is what the paperwork says.
Yeah, like my good Benelli, I broke the spring, my recoil spring in mine last fall when I was duck hunting. Pulled the gun up, shot 3 times, 3rd round, it didn't cycle, and I'm like, I looked at my buddies and said, I just broke my $1,200 shotgun.
Huh.
And I'm like, I called my old man. He has the same one. I said, Dad, it ain't shooting no more. I said, everything looks like. He goes, hey, stupid, there's a spring in the butt of the gun. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, get some wrenches out and tear it apart. And sure, it separated.
You're talking about in your
Is it easy to buy? Yeah, I haven't had no problem. I mean, this isn't. I've got double alt buckshot 2 3/4. It will shoot 3-inch, so you know. Now the only thing I've had a hard time finding is the 410. What they call it, triple threat. That's got the different things in it.
Yep.
I got triple alt buck in my 410 on this thing, and the rest of it's 45 long colt. But
That's how it is by us. Something about 410s. The manufacturers aren't making it like they used to.
Yeah.
And I do work for a few of the manufacturers, but they don't make shoddy shells. They make other rounds.
yeah, yeah.
I know they got a
what's
lot of other ones.
I don't know what's up with 410, but I bought some at a gun shop over here, $48, man, for a box of 20. I'm like, good God. And I was able to get 50 rounds of the long colt with those aluminum casings for like $20 cheaper. So I bought a box of them, but 12 gauge, they're reasonable. You know, it's just the 410s that's kind of, I don't know if they're just supply and demand type thing or what the deal is. I imagine when they introduced these guns that would shoot them, you know, the long colt in it probably, a lot of people bought those, I know, and it's probably just a demand for them.
That's what my on-air sign that's behind me, that's what's stacked underneath it, holding up is a bunch of shotgun shells and stuff.
This is what you ought to do, Russ. You talk about 12 gauge.
Get a reloader.
Yes, sir. Talk about easy. That's my reloads.
Okay.
The problem is finding. It used to be finding primers.
Well, 209s are still a little difficult, but you can find them.
Yeah, because the good ones came from Canada, and you know who runs that country, so they shut that down for quite a long time. Yeah, we could only be so lucky if Budweiser was running Canada.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like every week buy a box and
Yeah.
just keep buying and buying until I think, I'm like, they'd kill me by the time I shot all that.
Russ.
Or just do the.
He's not wrong.
I mean, mine be cheaper. You can get a case of them. I mean, it's not like I'm not talking about 50 boxes in a case, but get those little 12 box cases.
Yeah.
You save a couple bucks, but if you're going to spread it out over time, it ain't a big deal anyway. But
yeah, I'm just going to spread it out over time. My wife has got that little 380 in there, and Derek told me a long time. He says she's shooting the wrong ammo. That's a 9mm, and anyway, he gave me a bullet to bring back. Oh shit! Hang on, it's behind this laptop. Where'd it go? There it is. And anyway, so I looked at her gun. It was made in Czechoslovakia, and it says caliber .9. It says 9, right? And so I looked it up on the internet, and it's a 9mm short, which is a 380. It's the same caliber. It's just the 9mm is a little bit longer, a little bit hotter load. Yeah, and that's the only difference.
Well, it's Luger, right? The States would be a 9mm Luger, if I remember.
Let me go get it. I'll be right back. It's in our bedroom.
Yeah, you got to make sure you shoot the right shells through it. I almost blew one of my pistols up. I have two identical. What the heck are they're Springfields? The heck are they? I'm having a brain fart. They're XDMs. And one's a 40 and one's a 9mm, and they're literally identical. The only way you can tell is by the chamber on the top. It says on there. Even the clips fit in each other. I shot 9mm out of my 40 a couple years ago, and didn't realize that I shot it once. It didn't cycle. I'm like, crap ammo. Cycled again. Shot it again. Did the same thing, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Popped it out. Looked. I'm like, oh boy. Good thing it wasn't another way around. That sucker would have blew apart.
Wow.
But I eventually, when I get around to and waste some money, I'm going to get them one hydro dipped so I can tell the difference. But
okay, the gun itself, that's my carry guns, XDS.
That's it.
Oh, ain't that cute?
Yeah,
it's like a James Bond gun.
It's a CZ83 caliber .9 Browning, made in Czechoslovakia Republic.
Nice gun.
So that's their 1911 version?
Huh?
That's their 1911 version? You say CZ?
It says CZ. Well, can you read it on there? Hang on.
Okay.
There we go. Hang on.
Right? Yeah, CZ's the brand.
Yeah.
Caliber 9 Browning, and I googled that and just make sure we had the right ammo, and it said 380. I'm like, I'll be darned.
That is the same gun James Bond used to use in the first films that they got rid of.
Well, it sure shoots.
They took his
forget that night.
They took his Browning away from him.
My wife used to inject a shell in there, leave it in the chamber, and it was cocked. And lay it on her nightstand. And this has been probably 5 years ago, but her grandkids are over here, and she told them to go back there and go to bed. And I'm asleep on the couch in there, just dozed off, come in from work. It was getting, 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, maybe a little bit later. And Torino was outside smoking a cigarette, and all of a sudden I hear this, pow, like that.
No
I jumped up, and I looked at her and said, what was that? And she goes, like that, and all of a sudden I smelled gunpowder. I'm like, oh shit. And so I run back to the bedroom, both them kids sitting there scared shitless looking at me, and here she comes, And Allie, that little redhead, she took that gun and shot it, and the door was open. It hit the door, the edge of the door. It went in the door, out the door, hit the sheetrock, and it must have stopped after that because there was a mirror in the bathroom right behind that, and the mirror wasn't shot. So I'm like scared,
Man.
and I jumped her shit, not the kid, but Tarina. I said, I've told
Right.
you that is a
Yep.
dangerous way to leave that gun. I said, don't even put it in the chamber. I said, it takes a split second to eject that in there. You know, if you know you got a threat, yeah. I said, until then, that's like that shotgun. It ain't chambered, you know, then it is. But
Right.
I ain't got to worry
Yep.
about that one. To me, that's a safe gun. It's, you know, I mean, it's always in the chamber, so to speak. All you got to do is pull the trigger, but it's double action. You got to pull hard unless you pull the hammer back. Then it's not that hard. But to me,
There's
that's safe, you know, but
Yep.
not as safe as.
there's a group of police officers that got together, and they created a dummy round
Yeah.
that you could load, and it would actually so it'd be your first round, it'd be
That's a good idea. Where it
be
couldn't
your
shoot
chambered
anybody.
round, right? It'd be your chambered round,
Right.
would be your dummy round. So click, and then second click was where you got the bang from. But
And
some
that's a good idea because let's say you're in a scenario where you got the gun in your hand, but nothing's in the chamber, and somebody's got you by your arm, and all you
Right.
can do is spin around. Well, you can't inject a bullet in there, but if you got
Right.
like what you're saying, and now it's loaded.
Yeah, well, not only that, but if you were to get in a tussle with somebody and they disarmed you,
There
and
you
they
go.
pulled at you and fired first round was a click. So,
That's
but
a
it
good
was
idea.
something I can't remember. Quint might be able to chime in on this. It was this I read this years ago, but it was some police officers that came together and they came up with this idea. And I can't remember the exact name of the blank, but they made in all kinds of different calibers, and but that could be your first round or your chambered round. So
I'm gonna
nothing
look
like
into that, man. That'd be a good option for this gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
It really is. And then let the hammer down. You know, all she'd have to do, she could pull the hammer with one hand if she needed to. When I see that thing laying there with that hammer back, I'm like, good God, that's a dangerous gun, you know?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we got that gun completely out of the reach of kids. Well, we don't now because they're not here, but she keeps it right by her nightstand. I keep one by mine. But
John, you're the ones that keeps all these guys that doing this magnetic fishing. These guys,
You're right.
magnet fishing, they're going crazy on it. It's just like snipe hunting, though. They just never seem to come up with anything.
Right.
lost all my guns in a boating accident. Sure you did. That's the problem with me. I'm registering all these guns, and if they ever come confiscating them, they already know I got it unless I move. They wouldn't necessarily know where I moved to.
Carry just for that reason, Lance.
I mean, every time I go on a road trip, I'm always carrying. Always. No matter
Oh,
where
yeah.
I go.
Me too. Crazy not
Like-
to.
Like in all of our vehicles, keep one in the center console. Clip might not be in it, but a lot of times that don't matter. We pull a gun out, somebody's dicking with you. They stop real quick. Oh,
Hey, Sherry.
oh, there it went.
I got me a little bass fishing boat today, Sherry. So I'll be
Heck yeah.
I'll be get out there next weekend and do some more. I
That's
went
what-
on one day last week.
That's what Quint was shaking about. He posted on Facebook. He says, "I'm shaking." We all made jokes about it, but I was wondering that actually if something happened. I had a
Yeah.
situation
Well-
when someone breaking in my house, almost shot him. He is in jail now. Seriously, keep a gun by. You got that right.
Oh,
Nowadays,
Christ, Quint.
Yeah, I saw that, or actually, I was told that, and I didn't want to elaborate on it much earlier in the chat. I figured Quint wanted to talk about it. He could say something about it, but that's
see,
what I heard.
good, man.
too.
He's got a lot of police experience, and
Yeah,
most people probably just shoot and ask questions later, but you know, then you got to go to court and you know, decide what your fate is. But being able to not shoot and then get him arrested and all, that's the better option if you can do it. But
Well,
if he's toting
people
a
know
gun,
better.
if he's toting a gun, he's more likely getting shot if I can get the first round off.
Got a few of these sharp things hidden around my house,
Oh yeah, there you go.
along with guns.
Do you got a security system, Quint, like cameras or anything? I'm sure you do. I just wonder if you knew that he was coming in, or was it a surprise? Come on in here, Clint. Dadgummit.
Yeah, Clint. Come on, Clint.
You didn't got
Tell
me
us your
curious.
story.
Man.
Tell us your story.
That'd be
Yeah.
half the interesting if a guy tried to break in your house. He knew he was coming. I'd have the gun waiting at the door for him. Whatever he's breaking into, and be like, "Yep, you chose a wrong day." Rack a shell off next to their ear.
Yep.
I do know one thing: if you're ever in a situation and you do have to shoot somebody, or maybe you just restrain them, slap cuffs on them, or whatever, if you're able to do that, then you do not want that gun in your hand when the cops show up.
Yo,
Yeah. I'm going to say it's safe to bet, Eddie, that guy is really kicking himself in the ass, but he had no heads up that was a retired police officer. Police chief, wasn't it? Or captain?
Chief, no?
You ever make chief or captain?
that guy's lucky Quentin beat him with a nightstick.
Yeah, no doubt.
Quint was probably like, "Oh, you're trying to break into my house? All right, here we go."
I
Yeah.
love my 9mm more than my 380. Yeah, it probably has that extra oomph to it for sure. Derek's got a little 9 that he just bought. I don't know what kind or anything. I just know it's little automatic.
Shit.
He's got other guns. That's the latest handgun he's bought.
I just bought a couple of tasers the other day.
I used to have a really good one, and I loaned it to my youngest son one time. He was going out or something and thought there'd be trouble, and I never did see that sucker again. Like you.
Amazon, baby.
No, I got some. Hang on a second.
I got pepper spray throughout the house.
That's
They
what
get
I
a
was
beer.
getting ready to say.
Yep.
Is pepper spray.
I
got
a couple younger cousins that are of age, and one of them bartends, and she was telling me that she was having some issues with some guys after a bar one night. And I looked at her. I said, "What do you want?" She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "You either getting a gun, a taser, or pepper spray. What do you get?" She looks at me. She's like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "Yep."
I guess I need to get it to where I can get my hands on it. It's buried down here, but I got a little can of that. I forget, Fox, I think, makes it.
Yeah, I get those little leather case. I kept several of those when I did my Second Amendment demonstrations. Oh, because it was usually a handful of you and, hundreds of thousands of them
Yeah.
in Washington, D.C. And I always kept a few of those in my backpack or in my pocket.
Yeah, I've got a can in here. That ain't going to be my first thing I pull out, though. But
Yeah.
Nope.
My wife's got it in her purse. I keep.
Oh,
Bottle
pro
of
tip:
liquor.
don't set one of them off on accident. FYI, in a bar, doesn't end well.
Oh, we did that one night. I say we. Darren was running a karaoke show years ago before Katrina hit, the summer Katrina hit, and he was the DJ for the music and everything. And anyways, one of the barmaids said there was 3 guys. They come in, they got a beer, and they left with the beers, which is a no-no. You can't leave with a beer, open beer like that. So she called the law on them. They went right across the street to Roosters, to another bar. And then they came back and they were looking for trouble this time, because the way she was talking to him, whatever. And so Derek runs off the stage. He kept a big can of pepper spray. He used to get it at Army Navy surplus over in Pascagoula. And he had that in his hand. He come out the front door and he hit all 3 of them with it, man. And man, they hit their knees. They went down to their knees in a heartbeat. And the cops, I don't know, I guess they were already en route or whatever, and they seen it and they all woo, pulled up, arrested them guys. We had to go down to the police department because Derek done sprayed them, and he had a court date. None of them guys showed up but Derek, and the judge threw it out of court, But he got them good, man. I mean, he unloaded that can on all 3 of them. He just kept spraying.
We got another Charlie here of a lure maker. This man's he's going to get in. He's actually already getting in some of the airbrushing for chatter
Sweet.
baits and walking baits, but I think he's more of a rubber bait. I think he does a lot of your worms and grubs and stuff. Am I right, Charlie?
Sweet. Yeah.
Charlie, you could just type 805 in the chat. Like if you're leaving a comment or something, it will automatically post your link up there for you if you want to see it again. Yeah. He actually showed a couple of his lures last night. He did a test run on a live where each guy's base colors on his lures. I'm actually wondering if some of them things didn't look good, clear coated on them bases, if they wouldn't look. I like some of them colors you showed. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
I forgot to bring my thermometer down here with me in my cave. I should order one of them fancy Bluetooth ones that hooks to my phone.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should have. Next time.
I've
Now
been
you
pretty
gotta
happy
go-
with that Thermospike, that wireless. I
Mhm.
didn't care for the meter too much, and then Derek got the meat stick, and he threw that piece of crap in the garbage. You
Yeah.
could walk from the porch to where we had that grill yesterday, and he'd lose connection. But this one is not only connecting well, but it's pretty darn accurate too.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm not too worried about them overcooking or nothing crazy because two
No,
that aren't
not
wrapped they're 20 degrees away from being wrapped up, so it's like
Yeah,
that'll take a couple hours.
I don't think I ever prove a pork butt. Just cook it till it disintegrates for the most part. You don't want it too much, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I basically do. I got them on the bottom, got water pans. I spritz the bejesus out of them.
Yeah,
So I'm like season them up when I put them in aluminum pans. I put a little Mountain Dew in the bottom. I'll give them a little sweet to it.
there you go.
Wham bam.
So what does the water pan actually do for the cook?
Adds moisture.
Just
Yeah.
moisture?
Mhm.
When do you know when to add a water pan? It depends on the smoker or...
Yeah, what do you think,
What?
Russ?
And if I'm using water, I'll use it all the way through. That offset that I got is capable of holding that much water that deep, and I've actually boiled it out before on these long cooks, and I'll add more water to it. Just keeps it a real humid environment. You can do it from start to finish.
Yeah, like my
Most
rider.
most time we don't use one, but I have. What I like about it, it makes for easier cleanup. You open that valve and flush all that water out. Take a nozzle on a water hose, and you can wash all that crap right out. Let it dry out. Spray it. You're good to go on the next cook. That's what I like about it more than anything.
All right.
Yeah,
Like
I think anybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Lance. Oh, yeah, my rider I got because I cook on the shelves. I never cook on the cast iron grate unless I'm grilling. But mine, I got 3 bun pans that fit perfectly under the rack, so there's still spacing to let the
Yeah.
smoke up and through. And I have it goes big to small because one side's colder than the other. It's spaced out, and yeah, throughout the whole cook, it seems to work, and it also catches the grease that drips down.
I was going to say,
Right.
if you're putting drip pans in there to stop from dirtying up your pit, you need to add a little water anyway because that stuff can start burning and really start
Yep.
putting a bad taste in there. You need water to kind of prevent that from happening.
It's actually the pork butts I bought from Costco. They were boneless. They filleted the bones out of them.
I was
bought that
pissed.
before. Yeah,
I was actually annoyed because I was feeling them. I'm like, they were 2 packs or whatever, and I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm like, the bone's got to be in there. There's no way. Got them out, open them up. I'm like, what the hell? The bone is gone.
yeah.
Oh,
I bought them like that before.
It was all right though. I put
Yeah.
seasoning, in the hole.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing. You can kind of lay it open and season all that. And,
Yeah.
you can leave it
Yeah.
spread open if you want to cook faster.
I thought about that, Russ.
A little softer. Eric, the butt was a little bit softer than usual, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't firm. I was generally normally I have a local. I go to one of my local grocery stores and get my butts. I know the meat man, and usually I tell him, hey, save me a couple. I'm doing such and such, and they're big.
Yeah,
Like,
huge.
I usually get like 15 pounders, and they're one giant one. While these were like twins, and they were like 12 pounds, 15 pounds. I was like, I looked at it, I was like, come on, Costco, I can buy half a cow from you guys, and you give me these little butts.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
you
I
were
couldn't
grinding up
complain.
for sausage, you'd thank them though, because you know your actual weight.
Yeah.
That way, if you're grinding for sausage, they're guessing at about a pound for a blade bone.
Every video I do is a master class video. What are you? What? Joking.
Another thing, back to Eric's question about the water. I mean, I guess if you're a water cooker, I mean, you're sort of kind of it's out of habit. But I saw a guy said in one of his videos that a water pan actually helped him balance his pit's temperature.
Temperatures. Yeah. Well, yeah, no. Think about this. If you got a bullet style like a WSM or like that cabinet smoker I had, it had a water reservoir pan and there was a rack right above it. Okay. Then you got these other racks and heat's coming around the size of that water pan. And all this heat up here is probably about where you want it. But that lowest rack, water is simmering or boiling at 212 degrees. That temperature, that pit is not going to be as hot on that lower rack. Not because it ain't as high up, heat rises, but because that water pan is preventing it. So, but it does, like on the offset, like on mine, it'll help even the heat from left to right. It helps with that. It really depends on the smoker.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I gotta go check my butts.
another master class tip there.
Yeah, my Middle Creek, when I first bought it, I don't know what I was buying. I was new to smoking. And it has a big tray, if you will, like a big tray.
Yeah.
I have always added water in that tray because in the bottom you have holes on both sides. And you got a little hole and it just gets bigger and bigger as it goes to the smokestack. I guess to diffuse the heat. I mean, to come out.
Yeah.
I've always put water in there because it's an easy cleanup. You know what I mean?
It does. It definitely does. Like that old hickory, it even says it. You hear anybody talk about talking about it's a dry heat. Well, a lot of pits are dry heat. My offset is a dry heat or a wet heat. It can do either. If you run a Weber Smoky Mountain without the water pan, more like a drum smoker, dry heat. But there's advantages and disadvantages to all of it.
There we go.
I've never done it with water. I never cooked with water. Well, that's not true. I have cooked with water, but usually it's a poultry like a turkey or something like that.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot with
Troy
a bullet type smoker.
Troy B, those holes will get you in trouble.
Christ, my meat stalled hard.
Holes with both sides with a little hole. What did I walk into?
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
100-pound fish. Kyle, you better have more than a fishing rod if you're going to pull in something with 100 pounds.
Holy man.
That'd be mad.
Hey, Eric, you said you're in the stall. So what's your temp right now?
The ones I wrapped are stalled at when I wrapped them, they were 165, and they dropped down a little bit to $160. And the two that aren't wrapped, they're on the bottom. Should be cooking quicker right now because I put them in a hotter area. They stalled out at $150 and $158. They just poof.
Yeah.
The temp on your grill. What do you have?
My temp on the grill, it's about 230, 225. I'm a low and slow kind of guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
You'll get through it eventually, or you can bump the heat up and push through it and then lower it back down.
Yeah, because I rotated them just because the ones in the bottom got done quicker. And I'm like, whatever. Once they're wrapped, they're wrapped.
That's the beauty of a pellet grill or anything, even that old hickory, man. You can just set it. And if it takes 20 hours, it takes 20 hours. Who cares?
Right. Right.
Well, let's hope not. I got 2 more to throw on there yet tonight.
No, I'm just saying. I just did that brisket here not long ago. And I think that was a 19-hour cook, 18 to 19 hour. And
dude, I have them take longer than shorter, because there's nothing worse when you think you got calculated in your head like, hey, it's going to take me 14 hours.
Yeah.
And then it takes you 8, and you're like, what happened?
Yeah.
What did I do? Was it going to be crap, or is it just the meat? Like, you freak out a little bit. Like,
yeah,
I did that with a brisket flat I did for New Year's, or no, Super Bowl. and it cooked super fast. And I was going low and slow, and it way quicker than I thought I was going to. And I'm like, what happened?
I tell you what, you need to clean those probes in your any pit, and even analog, like my offset. I did that video with Jax. I said we're going to crank this up to 275 because it's going to take forever on this brisket if we don't. You know, it's a good sized brisket, and so I dialed it in at 275. Just watching the analog, and man, that thing was cooking fast. I told Derek, I said, go in there and get one of my probes, you know, thermometers. He brought one out, and I was running like 310, and I'm like, holy shit. And I looked at that probe, and that sucker had so much crap on it. And so we cleaned all that off later, you know, then you can calibrate it too. So we recalibrated it, and I said that darn thing almost caused a screw up. But it's still in all, that took 8 hours to cook. I think it was like a 16-pound brisket before we trimmed it. We didn't trim it much. Like, good God, that cooked fast, you know?
Hot and fast, yeah.
That's
yeah,
what
it was a hot and fast cook.
I have my other one, my twin to this one, set up with 2 probes in the smoker because the probe that's on my smoker's wore out.
Yeah.
And I don't trust it. So I have it set, you know, on the top and the bottom. But actually, Russ, because of you, I bought this. I used your code.
I tell you what, man, I'm a believer in Thermopro. I like their product. Like their wired product like that. I really like their product.
I haven't had a bit of problems with nothing yet, and they got a good warranty too, just so you know.
My other one, it's not a Thermopro, but I got it off Amazon years ago, and it looks identical. Yeah. I hate to say it. It's heavier duty than the Thermopro is. Like, it's got a rubber casing on the outside of it. Like, if I drop this one, it's going to break. My other one, I've double, triple dribbled it. I mean, it's same setup. 4 probes. Like, the buttons are darn near identical. I don't know the brand, but, you know, and they both work great.
Yeah, it seems like somewhere back over there, I'd have to go dig it out. But David Parrish with SNS Grills, he's come out with 2 sets of thermometers since he's been in business. And that first one had like rubber all the way around it. You know, it was red, had that black rubber, and worked good. You know, heck, they all work good.
Yeah. That was my biggest thing. I got a second one because if I run 2 pits, I like to keep an eye on it. You know, sometimes I got 3 going. Depends on the weekend. You know what I'm doing at the house.
Yep, I suggest any new pit to run those things and compare, like especially like a pellet grill. I'll never forget. I did that first video. It was going to be a video with the gravity fed Masterbuilt, and it was just a couple racks of ribs, you know. And we're 3.5 hours in this cook. I'm looking. I'm like, God dang, man, these things aren't even cooking. I said, no pullback. I said, they ought to be close to getting ready. I said, go get one of my thermometers again, run it through there. I said, good God, this thing is 100 degrees off. It was running, instead of 250, it was running 150. Like, no wonder. I was pissed, man.
Real low and slow.
And I finished the oven. I finished the ribs in the oven just so we could eat. And we didn't. I wasn't able to put a video out. And I contacted them. They sent me a new probe, and I didn't put it in the way you're supposed to, like in between the walls and all. I got it in there, and it went to working fine. But I just, after that, I'm like, I'm not going to promote your product. I don't believe in it. That just burnt me.
Yeah.
And so I used it for a while, ended up giving it to Derek. I think they got one video on it, and that was doing some wings, and that was it. And I didn't talk much about the pit either. I just showed using it, you know.
Kyle, you want to take our Eric? You want to take that one, Eric?
Yeah, Kyle, I'll just let it run. I let it roll. I don't bump the heat.
I've had a lot of people say they love their Masterbuilt gravity fed. I guess I got a lemon. I don't know, but
I almost bought a cabinet, one of them this weekend. Yeah. Because Fleet Farm had them on clearance, and it's charcoal, like it's got the basket in the bottom, like a drum smoker. And it was only like $235, had a fan on it. Like, I YouTubed it. Andrew from Anderson Smoke Show did one on it. It seemed pretty good.
Yeah.
But I'm like, in my head, I'm like, yeah, it'd be great to have, but in a pellet smoker, and the profile will be different, running charcoal versus pellet.
Yeah.
And I was like,
that'd be one hell of a fish. I've been yellowfin tuna fishing one time, and I mean, tell you, it was a charge. I love that.
Oh, that's some good eating too, man.
Yes,
I've
sir.
smoked yellowfin before to make like tuna dip and stuff with. Man,
I just told this recipe. I think it was just last night or night before on this exact trip where we went tuna fishing. We brought back steaks. And we marinated it in an Italian dressing and then put them on the grill. After that, man, they were out of this world. It was so good.
heck yeah. I've got a video on my channel that goes way back. I mean, to the beginning almost, but I blackened some yellowfin tuna and I put like this crawfish sauce on top of it. Ugh, I still taste it. It was so freaking good. Fresh tuna, man. Got a good medium rare, really leaning more to the rare side.
Chuck,
Yeah.
you talking about sliced beef sandwiches? Like a pit beef?
Is a
Oh.
chuck roast what you get for roast beef out of?
Huh?
Oh, are you asking
I
what you eat? Like an eye
Yeah,
round?
Chuck's asking for the chuck roast. Is that what he gets roast beef? If you're talking about like pot roast potatoes and carrots, yes.
Yeah,
But if you're talking about a sliced like a pit beef, no.
no, that's
I,
gonna be bottom round or top round,
exactly.
or center round, the eye round. Any of them
I'm a
three.
I'm an eye around person because I'm not a big fat. Don't care
Yeah,
for.
I did that video back in the
That
fall. What
offensive,
was
man.
it?
It's not fat.
Baltimore pit beef done like chaps. I've had a lot of people from that area comment on that video. Said, "Man, you freaking nailed that." I should have. I researched it for like 3 months, man. I said, "I'm gonna know exactly how they do that at Chats before I do this video." I
Didn't we
mean,
do that at the car show, Russ? We did pit beef.
no, Jeff did the eye round
Yeah,
and
that's
sliced it. Yeah, kind of, but he didn't do it like I did that bottom round. The bottom round is actually done over open fire, open pit, and you toss and turn it and get that outside looking like you want it. Then you shave it down to real
Ooh.
thin, and then if it's not as done as what somebody wants it, you put a handful of it back on the pit, toss it, turn it a little bit, put it on the bun. You can have
Yeah.
it rare, medium rare. Well, you can have it any way you like it. That way, you ain't got to worry about dialing in a perfect temp on this big bottom round. You know, that's what they use. You don't worry about that. You just get the outer part where you want
Yeah.
it, and then from there you can get it anywhere you want it.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Making me
Hey, I
All
can
right,
tell you what.
there's another master class for whoever said that earlier.
The, the,
I got to get a beer, guys.
this thermal pro works in my studio down here. I just saw it go up. Thank
So are
God.
you downstairs at your house or you're upstairs?
Yeah, I'm downstairs.
Okay, right on.
It's kind of hard to tell in my backdrop.
I know. I see that.
Oh,
It's
snap.
dude.
I have my Uncle Dickie studio set up right now. I haven't switched it back for my normal live show stuff, but I've been too darn busy to hop on during the week. I felt bad. Monday, Randy had a show and I was gonna hop on with him, and I had to be up at like 4 a.m. the next day. So
Oh no, I'm with you, bro. I've been fucking working all these crazy hours, man. What's up, Mike? I have no time for not even myself, man. Shit.
let's see it.
Yes.
Tuesday I was up at 4 a.m. Wednesday I was up at 1:30 a.m. Thursday was a normal day. I was up at 4. I went back into work Thursday night at 11:30 p.m. and worked till noon Friday. So
I imagine it was, Kyle. That'd been awesome. 200-pound tuna. Good Lord. I've been sharing that in, bringing that in.
oh, Kyle, yes, that was Russ in the shower for lit. This week was chaos. One of our other trucks broke, so I had to fill in for another guy, and oofta, not doing that again.
The bottom's going to bring you more flavor, Chuck, but like I said, the eye to me is just my preferred cut. It don't have all the flat on it.
Now, I'll take a chuck sometime, and I've done this on video and make like a southern style barbecue, and it's all it is pulled like you would pull pork, but it's pulled beef, barbecue sauce on a couple buns, maybe some pickled onions or something like that. That's good too. But for a true, like Lance said, Baltimore style roast beef sandwich, you want one of them cuts, top
Yeah.
round, bottom round, or olive round. They're all
Ooh.
from the same leg,
Oh, really? Look at this coming up here. Yeah, I see this comment coming up. I want to touch base on what Russ just said about that Baltimore pit that he did. I learned something from that video too. I always thought that they would just have pits, just they would cook something to specific, like someone wants a medium well, whatever.
Right.
But I didn't know that they took when they would slice it all raw.
Yeah.
And you just take it, throw the sliced meat back on the pit if they want a little bit medium. I don't know why I never thought about that, but I said no.
I learned all that through researching it, and my biggest source, YouTube's got some stuff on it, but Donner's Drive-Ins and Dives, he's been up there twice, and that guy gave away pretty much all the trade secrets I needed to hear. And I said, well, that's freaking smart right there. I would have never thought of that on my own, but that's exactly how they do it, I'm like, oh, dang, that's cool as hell right there. And you can freeze it. You can freeze it kind of in that raw state, like you said, and then vacuum pack it, and then you could bring it up to wherever you want it after it thaws out, just.
Oh, please do, Kyle. Kyle was talking about pulling in that 200-pound tuna. He's talking about making some tuna jerky out of it. Oh my gosh, that sounds great.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I tell you what, I like a good homemade tuna fish dip too, like you eat with crackers for like a party. Man, that's good.
Nice little appetizer. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it ain't nothing like tuna out of a can. We're talking about fresh yellowfin.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I haven't
there's
eaten tuna in
no
years.
comparison. No comparison. What's up, Jerry? Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah, I love a good tuna.
Yeah, that was a fun video. I enjoyed making that one. I had researched so long towards it and finally executed, and I think I pretty much was spot on. Would I do it again? Heck yeah.
Sorry about that. No, Mike, I worked a little while ago. I just got off work.
There's two ways looking at that, Mike. Is one, you're young enough that you can still work and you got to work, or two, you're old and retired and you're at about the end of your line anyway. So
yeah, I turned down weekend work. I told my bosses, I said, you can have me in the winter and then the spring, but I said summer and fall, unless I want extra cash, you ain't seeing me on a weekend.
Yeah.
I said, I'll put my 60 hours in during the week and run with it that way.
That's good that you got a choice in the matter.
Oh yeah, that's the one gravy thing about being a truck driver for us. We have, they don't think we have the rights, but I can deny anything I do for them because it's my license.
Sure.
So I can tell them, hey, I ain't hauling that. And then they'll be like, well, you have to. I'll be like, I could come up with 9 different reasons why I am not hauling it and make them do all this crap to prove to me, oh, this is what's actually in there, which takes time.
Yeah.
And money. So it's like,
yeah, when I worked at the shipyard as a worker, as a welder, pipe welder, I could deny overtime if I didn't want to work it. But once I stepped out of that into management, I had to be there. I had no choice.
And I rack it up.
I was no longer union. I had no kind of representation. I'm all company at that point, and it sucked, man.
I do my part during the winter too. Like I'll work, 3, 4, 5 weekends in a row.
Yeah.
I help out. So like, because I've been there forever, it like racks up for like the dispatch. He goes, oh, hey, and our dispatch keeps track of how many weekends you work. Like, and every year I'm in the top 3 or the top 2, but like, and he knows, he goes, yeah, Eric, he's got his stuff going on. And it's like, we don't want to piss him off. He'll leave and then we're screwed. It's like,
yeah. Me taking a break from YouTube didn't last long, did it, Lance? Or lives, I mean.
No, sir. I'm grateful for it, though, to be honest with you, Russ.
Yeah,
I enjoy it too much, I guess.
Excellent,
like,
excellent live. This live is just blowing me away. It's just the knowledge is coming out of this. If I could just take just a couple minutes, though. Mr. Butler, Jerry Butler, is only 720 hours away from being achieving his hours. Jerry, if you could type 805 in the chat, and anybody's got a free device, if they could run his channel, would be much appreciated. And two, I got something to show y'all. We know our brother Randy, Mr. Shifter, is in a tri-tip cook. With Drunken Chef. I don't know if Simon's getting in it or not, but Randy stepped up his game. He's not only coming with the steak, but this man made a cooker
Wow.
for the steak.
Damn,
Wow.
that's badass, dude.
Yeah.
Damn. Randy got down, bro.
It's like you got
Nice.
a pair of vice scripts to turn it with. That's cool.
Yeah, he's got
I
a
like that
bike
chain.
chain. It's a bike chain for motorcycle
Yeah.
on sprocket. That's his Gabby.
I'll be darned.
Wow.
Not bad, dude. I'd pay money for that.
Nice.
There's another picture. Hold up. Don't leave me yet.
Did he put barbed wire around it to keep Christy away from it?
It's the same picture, more or less, the second one.
Dude, that's awesome.
That is badass, isn't it?
I didn't
Yeah.
know they were still doing the tri-tip thing. Let me text Drunken Chef.
Yep.
I miss having a shop with a welding machine and all that stuff, man. I used to build all kind of junk back when I was in my 30s and stuff, and finally I just got to where I despised it. That's nice, though.
That's very nice, Randy. I don't know if he's here. He's actually
He's
trying
working.
to fix it up.
Heck yeah. Speaking of that, Lance, I got to hit you up for some towels one of these days, man.
Yeah, those are nice, man.
Oh, I gotta get my face out of the picture, don't I?
I showed your towels on my
Yeah.
latest video, Lance. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
I've got so much catching up, man. I've been doing stuff. I've been crashing. I thought I was on a deadline with this AdSense thing, but they got another person. I mean, no exaggeration. Every day of the week, no exaggeration. Every day of the week, they give me something different to try.
Well,
And it's a different person each and every time. They have no idea how to rectify this.
And it's their platform. That's what gets me.
Yep.
God, that's scary.
Kyle, y'all check if you hadn't already. Check out Russ's video on that specific item. It'll
Yeah,
blow you away. It'll
it
blow you away.
was something like November of 22.
It
I
will
think
blow
is when
you
I
away.
did that video.
ooh.
Charlie, thank you for stopping in, buddy. Don't, Jerry. We all got lives. You got a farm to tend to, but we hit each other up when we can. We never forget about each other. That's what counts the most.
Yeah, I even show how to make their tiger sauce at the end of it. And, you know, there's a lot of videos on how to do it. And Greg Mervich even has one, but they're all wrong. And the way I found out is if you go to Chaps' website, well, you can order some stuff, you know, like their tiger sauce or roast beef, and it's done through Goldbelly. Well, Goldbelly has to print all the ingredients. And tiger sauce, I can't remember now what it was, but there's only 2 ingredients. And now it don't tell you how much of each one. And that's where the taste kind of comes into it, you know, the amount of horseradish you want to add to it. And so I just based off my own taste.
Eddie with Devil Dog, this comment I see has got to probably be in reply to what I just said. He's actually witnessed it. He's tried. We did a StreamYard and showed my computer screen. He was with me for a couple hours trying to get it figured out. And it won't happen.
Yeah.
It won't
Weird.
happen.
Damn
You
shame.
want
man.
to show Drunken Chef what Randy built?
Oh, Chef. RXTX barbecue. Chad, I'm sorry if I missed any of these comments. Okay.
I just hit him up. When's the release date? But I tried
Tomorrow.
it. I went in.
I thought
Yeah,
Randy said tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it is.
Already? Tomorrow?
That's what I thought.
I'm out.
Chef. So our brother Randy with RXTX is stepping up his game. He's not only bringing a tri-tip, he's bringing a cooker he's making for the collab. He's got a motorcycle chain, sprockets, Oh, he's saying it's not tomorrow. He's making his own Gabby grill to cook that tri-tip on.
I like that motorcycle.
I wonder if that cooking grate is is something to suggest what's being cooked on it.
Kinda. It's like a tri-tip shape, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Russ, you're right. Santa Maria says, drop the link, Lance.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to. I gotta get back up here. Catch up. Welcome back, Chef. Sure, I don't miss nobody in the basement now.
Well, boys, I gotta hop off and get some stuff done for the show tonight. So
All
I'll
right.
see you boys later.
All right, Eric. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you, bro.
See you guys tonight, 8:00 Central. Come in for the
Make sure
chaos.
you take those butts for me.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna go touch my butts.
Don't forget to slap them.
Nice
Oh, yeah.
way to part. Nice way to part, Eric. Nice way to
I like to slap my pork and eat my meat. I mean, touch my butts. I mean, yeah. All right, goodbye.
Okay.
Squeeze the Charmin.
What's up, Chef?
Gentlemen, what's up, gentlemen? Russ, George, Lance.
Not much, man. Just chilling.
Hey, that's a dope cooker that Randy's making.
Badass.
That's dope. So he's
Yeah.
going to take that win. It's not
Yeah,
really a
that is
competition,
badass.
but
Yeah, he's actually making a cook. And he talked about using doing a Gabby and using a bike chain, but I didn't know he was going to make it all happen that quick.
that's pretty dope.
Yep.
So the tri-tip date is on the 19th, which is next Friday. No,
Oh, I can do that.
Well, when's the 19th?
Monday's the 15th because that's my next DR appointment. So yeah, Friday be the 19th.
Yeah, I believe 19th is Friday. So if you guys got time to do it this week, anybody can get involved. I asked Randy if he wanted to do a collab. He said, yeah. And I asked him what he wanted to do that he hadn't done. And he suggested tri-tip. So that's where that came about. And anybody's welcome to get involved in it. It's just to help support Randy and everyone else that's trying to grow their channels. Like we said before, 805 and I had started doing something like that before.
Right.
We don't have a hashtag yet, so if anybody has suggestions on a hashtag, that's fine because we normally just put a hashtag for everybody and then shout everybody out either in the video or down in the description. And that's pretty much it. No crazy rules, no this and that, do's and don'ts, because then it becomes a hassle.
Right.
Do it your way and have fun with it,
I would say it ain't fun then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do mine tomorrow.
Oh,
I
golly.
got tips. I was supposed to make smash burgers with them, but I think I'll do the tri-tip, maybe a tri-tip sandwich or something.
I'm just going to redrop my tri-tip taco video.
Are you?
No.
Oh,
Brass? Bronze?
nice.
I guess
crawfish.
that's bronze. I got two
Bronze.
of these. Got them off of Etsy.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn cool, man.
Yeah.
I like that.
Also got a wall plaque made out of slate that's got it like a painted crawfish. Just decorations for where we shoot at. I got to get them over there. It's Derek's place.
What about spanking
Yeah.
next weekend? Hey, what's up, Steve? New name. Thanks for popping in. New name for me. George?
What's up, Steve? Well, he's holding the fish.
Did the blood work go off? Sort of, kind of, yeah. My carb numbers are starting to come out and level up, but because I substituted everything else for Werther's candies, now my damn sugar levels are going crazy, and I'm still wanting them cigarettes. Gotta get that cigarette off my mind.
Oh, that takes a while, Lance. That takes a solid
Yeah.
man.
So now I'm like borderline high sugar. So Monday, my doctor will give me a kick in the ass. He's going to try and put me on meds probably, but it ain't going to happen. But
This is what I'm munching on right now.
Yeah, that's why I said something to you earlier, bro, about your candy. I've seen you tearing some candy. I asked you when's the last time you had your sugar check, just out of love, not being a father,
I like
trying to be a
wire.
father figure, but trying to watch out for you.
I know.
I get it, Kyle.
I don't eat too much candy, to be honest with you.
That bag looks so good though when you open it up. Chef probably be able to relate to that. It's some type of Gushers candy, tamales Gushers.
Gushers.
Nice.
With
I don't
Jimmy
eat
White.
much candy.
When it opened it up, everything was sort of kind of stuck to each other. And I was like, he just like
Yeah. Let me show you the inside. They're all stuck together,
Damn.
like little berries or something. They're good, man.
they look really good. Actually, just made my mouth water just now. I'm
Imagine
a
being
sugar,
heartburn already. I'm eating them.
just a caring one, NBL. I care about my people.
That's right. As you should.
Yeah. Tired, drunken chef? Okay.
Nah, I've been sick the last 3 days or so. My daughter had a stomach virus at the beginning of the week,
Oh shit.
and I stayed with her Tuesday and ended up with it on Wednesday. So I haven't eaten much in the last 3 days, and yeah, just been drinking a lot of liquids and headaches and nausea, and yeah, it's all bad right now.
Gotcha.
What's any update on Tom Garvey's wife, Mrs. Garvey?
I know.
What happened to her?
I don't know. He said yesterday, I heard, well, Mike ran Wednesday's live by himself saying that Tom was a little under the weather. Then I saw Tom and Gorilla Joe's chat last night, and I asked him how he was feeling, and he was like, he's fine, but Mrs. G is not doing well at all. And I was like, oh, shit.
I heard my youngest one told me his mother, which is my first wife, that her husband that she's got now, she was a little bit older than me, but he's like, I think he's almost 80. He's up there, but he's in the hospital with COVID, pneumonia, and on a ventilator. I'm like, that ain't looking good.
Damn.
It's awful.
Which COVID, I think, is kind of a pneumonia in itself.
Yeah.
I thought COVID would be gone by now. I was hoping it would be gone by now.
Yeah, it keeps mutating, and
Yeah.
you know.
Ooh, firm and moist. That's my kind of butt, Eric.
Butt drunken chef. You pushing Jerry, chef?
I can't read that.
It
What do you say?
It says, thanks for the kick in the butt, drunken chef.
All right.
Man, he's been hitting it for a while. He was going there for a while, like 2 and 3 lives a day.
Yeah.
What are you guys cooking for Mother's Day? Mañana. Anybody in the chat?
Mama's I'm gonna hang Mama a rack of baby backs in the drum.
Nice.
I feel like doing meatloaf for my mom. That's her favorite. I haven't done it. I don't even have a video on meatloaf yet. But
There you do.
mm-mm.
We did that meatloaf
Yeah,
collab. Did you not do it?
I never came through.
Okay.
Me and
Okay.
Rick never came through.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but then 3 lives today. Jeez.
I remember that meatloaf collab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just talking about the other day, cooking and barbecuing. Ron saying that that one that he did, his meatloaf, it's getting more views now than it did when he put the collab out. It's going
Who's that?
crazy all of a sudden. Ron with cooking
Ron.
the
Oh,
barbecue.
good for him, man. Good for him. I seen he did a video with ribs. I got all alerts today. I checked my phone.
I know all his cooks the day before. He shares all of his cooks with me.
Oh, really?
Friday night. Yeah, every Friday night I get a share from him.
I'll be right back.
All right, Jeff.
All right. Pepper salmon, chicken breast, ooh, and bratwurst. Sounds good, man.
Oh, pardon me.
Had to run to the store. 3/4 ton Suburban 6.0.
I'm there in the store and just bought a 3/4 ton Suburban with the 6.0 from a friend of ours. And oh, okay.
3/4 ton Suburban 6.0.
6.0, that's a good size engine.
Yeah.
I'm not cooking nothing tomorrow. Old lady's got to work tomorrow again. She won't have off till Tuesday and Wednesday, and we'll be shooting a video on that day. All right, I got to mute.
Okay. Buzz 6.0 and a gas engine. What's that? Like 396? 400? That's a 400, isn't it?
Now we've got something to pull that big ass food trailer I've been dreaming about. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that route. Remember, Drunken Chef, I was telling you I wanted to buy a food trailer or whatever.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not doing that, man.
No?
Mm-mm.
What changed your mind?
The work, the work behind the scenes. When I catered that wedding last Saturday, that was only 200 people, bro.
Wow.
And the work was freaking outrageous, bro. It took me 2 days to prep and cook and all that drama.
I bet.
The pay is outstanding. I'm not gonna lie to you. The money is like freaking great, you know. But the work, I told my wife, nah.
Do you do the work yourself, or do you have some people to help you, or what?
I do everything by myself. I'll do all
Okay.
the beans, rice, salsas. We cook all the meat on site.
Yeah.
I did hire my uncle to help me out. It was 200 people, you know. So my
Yeah.
daughters were there; they were helping me out too. But it just comes down to too much work, bro. I got my
Yeah, I
food
understand.
camp, you know what I mean? It's like,
I can understand that because when we do our cooks as well, like I'll sell like 20 to 25 plates normally when I do it every 2 weeks,
yeah,
and sometimes it'll get up to 30. And like especially if we're doing the ribs and I'm prepping the ribs, that's a lot of work. My wife usually handles a lot of the sides and stuff, but even then, it's still prepping Saturday night, cooking them up Sunday, getting up early in the morning, and yeah,
and
I hear
then
you.
you got to do all the cleaning, bro.
Yeah,
All the pans and pots, everything you use, you got to clean. You know, you're like,
exactly.
okay, now, dude. You know, the money's great, like I said. But,
Right.
You know, my job is long hours and it's easy and dangerous. I would say, I'd rather just work my ass off, put all that money in the 401 and retire that way, bro. Fuck that.
There you go.
Doing it full time. You know, I can see what you're doing. Pop ups, that's pretty cool. That's a little extra side money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd rather do something like that than own a food trailer like I wanted to. You know?
Well, remember I had mentioned about us wanting to go the truck route also. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? To try to do pop-ups around, wherever we're at and stuff. But even that, like with just what we're doing now is a lot. So I can imagine if we were to try to do double, triple, 10 times that, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, Smoking Joe, he has it all set up because he has
Yeah.
a place where he can leave his trailer. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like going to work every day, if you will.
Right.
For us, it's like more we got to move around. You know, like LA, bro. You
Right.
see taqueros or lunch trucks everywhere. You know what I mean? We would have to be bouncing around on the weekends. You know, I just think it's a little too much.
Out here, there's a lot of trucks. Like it's a big, having a food truck is a big thing out here. They have little food truck festivals and stuff like that. So everywhere we drive through, you'll see them parked on the side in a shopping center somewhere. All week
Yeah.
long, they're there until the weekend. And
They-
so, yeah, that's
I'm
kind of like
sorry.
what we would end up doing.
Oxnard is like Ross. Any corner you see, there's a taquero.
Okay.
There's too much competition. You know what I mean? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
This is just a small little county here, but they have like food truck wars and like a parking ride, like a public parking ride. They'll hook up in there and have, it's like 4 trucks will show up. It's like, again, it's a small county.
yeah.
And they'll pull in there and they'll have a little cook-off. Tomorrow, actually, I missed it today because they were calling for rain. I had to go pick up that boat and all that. But tomorrow, that guy makes them stuffed ham egg rolls is back up at there, that booze factory. I want to get some more of them so bad, but I don't know if I'm going to make it tomorrow either. Mama said I got honey detail tomorrow. So, Kyle, man, that sounds like a little bit of a smorgasbord there you got going on.
Yeah.
$2,500 to install a water pump. Good Lord.
Wow.
Yeah.
A water pump. Damn.
Yeah, they don't make nothing easy anymore.
Look
I
like
watched-
YouTube. I'm sure you can fix it for freaking a little
I
bit.
watched-
Maybe $200.
I watched a diesel repair shop one day where I had my truck in there, and the Fords, there's certain projects with the Fords that they actually, I saw what brought to my attention was this big dolly. I mean, it looked like a damn bridge, and the top of it was all padded. So I asked the guy, I said, what's all that about? Some of your Ford diesels, the bodies have actually got to be taken off the chassis in order to work on the engine.
Wow.
And
That's why it's
that
$2,500.
is so that they can lay over, and that bridge looking mechanics creeper, it's like something he can lay in so he could get over top of everything. I was like,
Wow.
man.
I tell you what, we used to work in that shop, and I didn't have to do it. One of the other mechanics did it, but the evaporator for the air conditioner, that's primarily what we did was air conditioner work, but we did mechanic work too. But he had to get to the evaporator. The evaporator was leaking, which was right behind the engine, and it had that North Star engine in it, and there was not enough clearance there. And even the book would tell you got to drop the engine. So we actually had to it was front wheel drive, so we set that whole assembly on the ground and jacked the car up to where he could get to that plastic box that the evaporator's in and change it. Man, I said, that is freaking ridiculous, that you got to go through all that to work on an air conditioner. But
I couldn't believe it, Eric. I saw that thing. I said it looked like a damn Half Moon Bridge. It was all padded. And I was like, what in the world? And that's what Mike said. He said they got to lift up the bodies off the chassis to do some of the repair work. And I was like, damn, I'll never buy a Ford diesel.
Neither will I. Shit.
I ain't never lifted a cab up.
Hell no. I'm a Chevy anyways.
I ain't never lifted a cab up, but when we used to do fuel pumps, like on most trucks, we would take our lift and put it up underneath the bed and take everything, all the bolts out of the bed and all the wiring harnesses, and undo the neck on where you put your fuel in, and actually lift the bed up in the air. Then we get in there, change the fuel pump and everything, then let it back down and bolt it all back and hook it up. That wasn't no big deal.
Oh, really? There's a guy from here in Arkansas going to be there too.
Tell Harry C 805 said, what's up?
My GMC's got 480,000 miles on it. Only thing it had done is put the head gaskets on it. I shouldn't be saying this. Be knocking some wood. Head
Not for
gaskets.
you.
Yeah, head gaskets on it. 480-some thousand miles. I would love to find a shirt that says GM makes it, Duramax shakes it. I saw that on a hoodie one time, and I haven't been able to find that shirt since.
Yeah, that's my old GMC. I sold my son. That's what he's coming down here in. He drove his Jeep down here last week, and he started having sensor problems, and it was running rough, and died on him once. And I had a hard time starting, but I took it around the corner to Taylor's, mechanics right around the corner, and he knows what to do, but it's gonna cost $1,100. My son said, "Go ahead and fix it," you know. But he's been having a sensor problems in that thing, and thought he had it taken care of, but halfway down here it started acting up on him. From Philadelphia to here, he was still able to drive it. Just I'm sure his fuel mileage wasn't that great, but at any rate, hopefully they'll get to the bottom of it, or have got to the bottom of it. One
That's
of it,
great.
he's going to have to replace part of the harness because there's a plug that set on the catalytic converter and melted it. And one side goes to an, I think it's the in stream or downstream O2 sensor, and the other, the one that accepts it, you can't even find them. You got to buy the whole harness. You know, it's like, geez.
Mhm. George's gonna crash on us.
I'm just
Wakey,
resting my
wakey.
eyes, but my eyes hurt. They burn, dude.
We
Yeah,
got
yeah.
some. We
I say that too.
I
We
did
got some-
73 hours this week, bro.
Damn.
We got
So-
some of them U pullets around here where you go and identify the vehicle you want something off of them. You got to actually take a toolbox and remove it and everything, and take it to a window. And it's cheap though. Normally you can get whatever you need pretty cheap out the door. You know, ain't no guarantees it's any good, but
2004, late 2004, Eric. Got the LZ.
all of my trophy trucks are on okay.
All right, I'm gonna tap out. My dog wants to go out, so I gotta go send him out. But
Yeah.
anybody wants to get involved in that tri-tip collab, send me an email. My email's in the about page, and then we'll add you to the list of channels and
I
make
can't
sure everybody
get
has that.
I'll get with you, bro.
All right, man.
If I could get
Catch you guys
go
later.
on one, I'd be interested. But I can't. You can't get them around here. I just got lucky. I got the only one I've ever did, and it was an excellent piece of meat. That was from Porter Road.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, Lance, send me some Duke's mayo.
All right,
I'll send
gentlemen.
you
Peace out.
later, drunken chef.
Thanks, Chef.
I'm down to one container.
Oh, really? Let me know. I can send more your way.
I'll
That
send you
store that
the
went
plate
under,
over here.
I went by it today on my way to Breeze Point Beach, and it actually it says opening soon, Shoppers Food Warehouse.
Wow.
So a chain's going to take over it.
Yeah, the Duke's mayo is the shit.
Yeah, for real. That's exactly how we did it, man. Once you do that, you got access to your electric fuel pump. Go in there, and we wouldn't change just a pump. We'd buy that whole module that had pump and all. We'd go back OEM, and it was for a shop. You know, people knew it going in that they're not getting any kind of knockoff. They're getting an OEM, which they might be better off with a knockoff sometimes, I think. But
Carl, that'd be so cool of you, bro, but I'm not going to ask you to go through all that. I much appreciate the offer, and I had doubt in my mind that you would do that for us, but it's not necessary. I got a little boat out here I want to play with. I'm trying to start a new channel called Sleepers Adventures, and I want to get out on some water, maybe even do some little riverside camping. I got a ladder rack. I did a lot of camping. When I first started camping, it was always in a hammock between two trees and a piece of plastic draped over me on another piece of rope. And I'm seriously thinking about, I got a ladder rack in the back of my truck. I'm thinking about tying a hammock from the front to the back crossbars on my ladder rack so I can swing in there. And then I'll drape plastic over top of the rest of the ladder rack if I need it, you know. But there's a couple places that I would love to revisit and just do some riverside little one-night camp trips.
Oh, yeah.
Build a fire and cook some fish. If you got lucky and caught something, I'd have to bring something just to make sure I could eat that night. But
I'll tell
You
you
could
what,
be like
I've been,
that channel, Outdoors, Outdoor Boys, or what's it called? He has a great channel, man. He's always going to the snow with his kids. Outdoor Boys, I think that's what they're called.
I don't know.
that one,
He's badass, dude.
I've been looking, a lot of these channels like that, like outdoors stuff, and a lot of it's prepping channels and all, but them channels get a lot of views, man, because so many people are kind of
Yeah.
like seeing it, like, dang, I need to learn more about this stuff.
Yeah.
You can
This is
still incorporate cooking into it too, but show actually catching it, hunting it, whatever, and
well, that's why I've been really steady. I mean, I enjoy fishing. I mean, I've been watching those fishing channels for not a year, but months.
yeah,
But I've been spreading myself out a little bit more on to more of the what does clarity water mean? How
yeah,
important is it? Like the snap swivel thing we talked about.
right,
Just little stuff like that, just to have topics.
sure.
George, didn't Mike G, isn't he in California too?
Yeah, there's not a Ralph's nearby. I would have to go out of town just to go to a
Oh, okay.
Ralph's. But I'll
Okay.
go to Ralph's, man. If they got it, I'll buy the whole stock.
No, I got no problem with shipping you more
No,
mayo.
I know, no, I know that lover boy, but I gotta travel to go see a Ralph's, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, just say the
I
word.
doubt it, but
I'll
you know.
throw
Just
some boxes.
just so you're aware, a lot of that stuff you can't get locally, you can get off Amazon.
Yeah, I did. I bought it on Amazon, little 8-ounce jar. It cost me like $15.
Holy
It's
crap.
mail. It only
That's all
had
you
like,
could that's all you could find was a small jar of it?
yeah, a little small little thing for $8 or $15 or whatever it was. And I was like,
Dang, that's ridiculous. I
I was
always
like,
look for
oh
those
hell
prime
no, I'm gonna talk
deals.
to Loverboy. Yeah,
That's kind of like this JO number 2. I can't buy that around here because everything down here is like Cajun oriented, and so I have to order it off Amazon.
Yes.
yeah.
No, same thing, Russ. Just let me know. I can send it to you, no problem. I've got
Oh,
it. Our damn hardware stores around here stock it.
I imagine. Yeah. No, I don't do it that often because I always got something else I got to do for a video, and it prevents me from doing what I really want to do a lot of times.
Yeah.
And if I do it, I'll probably make a video out of it. But problem is, I'd have to shoot that video here. I got my steaming pot here, my 60 quart, and I would probably just plan on shooting that here to where I can go get the crabs, come straight home, and go to cooking.
Yeah.
But the way it is
No,
now,
I
I have to
think
get them here, drive to Mobile, and shit, half of them be dead.
them vids where you make trips to the docks, I think that's pretty cool though.
Yeah,
I like those videos.
yeah.
Jay, no, I have not ever been fishing at Chrisfield. Actually, I just learned something. I read my Maryland freshwater license. I didn't get my tidal water license because I'm just cheap and I try to budget my monies. But I did find out if I have a freshwater fishing license in Maryland, it's perfectly legal and I'd be licensed to fish the Virginia shorelines.
Really?
Yeah, explain
Not
that to
here,
me.
man. As soon as you
I
cross,
cannot fish. I can't fish in Maryland tidal water.
yeah.
I can go to the other side of that river where it's Virginia shore, and I can fish Virginia shore all day long and be legal with a
Huh.
non-tidal fishing license.
I'll be
Wow.
darned.
Crazy.
Now here you can throw crab nets. The ones that collapse when they hit the bottom. You tie your chicken neck or whatever in there. You can do that without a license. But if you use crab pods, the traps, then you got to be licensed, and you can only have so many traps, and they got to be identified with floats with your name or whatever on them. But
Wow.
Rush, you need more? I can go straight to it. No, I'm good, man. Like I said, I don't have to bother nobody. I'll just get it off Amazon.
Ain't no bother. Anytime you want to do it, just say.
So going back to the dry ice, Kyle, how long does let's just say I shoot you some tri tips from here. How long does that dry ice keep that meat cold?
Couple of days.
Okay, as soon as it's hard to find dry ice around here, but
You can get it at Walmart.
They sell that
Oh,
shit
really?
everywhere here.
Walmart's got a cooler,
Yeah,
and you
same
reach
here.
in there, they got slabs of it.
Yeah.
And like when Derek had the sailboat, until we got a refrigerator on there, we'd go get that dry ice, and it would freeze stuff inside that cooler. It got so cold. But between it freezing and him pulling something out to thaw it out or whatever, he could get like 5 to 6 days out of. But it's pretty expensive. So
Yeah.
we end up getting a refrigerator. You know.
Yeah. No, I want to, as soon as that, I've got the Snakehead connection now, but the guy has only come by one time.
Yeah.
The bait shop guy that I know, he's offered him a freezer. He's the guy's doing the snakehead fishing is a jailhouse guard during the week. It's his full-time job.
Huh.
And so he only does the snakeheads on the weekends, but Gary gave him a freezer inside the shop because Gary sells different stuff for like baits and frozen stuff. But
Yeah.
what's up, Zach? So he gave him, he offered him that snakehead to put in there, and Gary could sell it for him out of there. But as soon as it becomes steady, Russ, I'm sending some your way. So I told you I would, and I will. But
go check out Walmart next time you're in there and just ask the clerk or the cashier, said, do y'all have dry ice here? More than likely yours does. If you see like a little cooler, like a little freezer sitting there close to the cashiers, that's where it's going to be at.
Okay.
And or it is down here, you know, it'd be worth asking.
Yeah, same here.
It used to be when I was growing up, there was a place in Pascagoula that made it. And so we all knew where it was. If we needed dry ice, we'd use it for like school projects and all, making volcanoes and stuff like that, you know. And so we knew exactly where to go to get it. It was fun to play with. But it starts, as soon as you take it out of that freezer, it starts letting off all that smoke and all, you know, that it does. And it disappears pretty quick. The last storm we had, I bought a bunch of it and put it in my freezer when the power went down, and it lasted for like 2 to 3 days, maybe.
Oh, that's a good idea. I never thought about that. Fuck.
Yeah. Giant
That's a
word
great
about
idea.
now.
In the summer,
got
our fucking
You're
power goes out all the time here in
You're
California.
exactly right, Jay. St. Mary's County Detention Center. So this guy works full time.
I see that rebel flag. Where you live at, Cock and Balls? Sound like he might be from my neighborhood.
Where you see that?
I just see the little things he popped in there. I think that's what I'm looking at. I can't tell. It's too small and I'm too blind. No, that ain't a rebel flag.
It's a rooster head, isn't it? His icon or avatar?
No, I'm talking about what he typed in there. He's got a beer in there, then some sort of flag, 2 flags.
Russ, what?
You just got a Woody.
I need to get a beer.
What the hell's his name?
Cotton balls.
Oh, that's what he's got. Cock and Balls.
Butler.
Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was way off, man. This tiny, man. All I seen was that red and that blue stripe. I doubt that one's even available on a computer. Look,
Jerry, have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Make sure you make something nice for Mrs. Butler. Even if it's a bouquet of dandelions out the backyard, it's still a thought that counts.
No, all they have on here is actual countries.
See you later, Zach. Thank you for swinging by, bro. Let's see, what flavor do I want to? Strawberry apple
I don't even see that one down as an option.
or
Yeah, all I
mango
see,
strawberry?
yeah, all I saw was 2-letter or 3-letter T's when you said something, Russ. I didn't see the
Yeah, it was 2 flags and a mug of beer. Dang, I don't even know what all these are. I ain't never seen them before. Bunch of them on here. Anyway,
Kirk and Steven Jackson. I haven't been around much. Sorry, life's been busy. Just want to stop in and say,
Smells good.
Zach, I much appreciate you, buddy. Anytime you want to pop in,
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you.
No, I haven't, man. I have not, Kyle. No,
Do you know the area?
no.
Seaside?
Uh-uh.
Carlsbad.
Yes, I did fire it. Fired it
My
Wednesday.
name should never be said.
I took it with me when I went to Derek's to shoot a video and fired it. Sweet. Boom.
Cooking right now.
18.5 inch barrel.
Oh, I bet y'all got that firehouse. Do y'all got the firehouse event for Mother's Day, Jerry?
Carl's.
You talk small little town, man. I love little towns like where he lives. I love that kind of atmosphere.
Fucking see. Let's see.
I'm falling behind here. I got a bunch of stuff that snuck on by me.
TDO. I haven't seen that on here in a while.
I'll bail some hay up
I'm looking for you guys at.
for her goats.
Now that flag I recognize.
Have you fired the new 12? Yes.
Yes, I did. Sucker kicked like a mule. Not really. I just boom. It's like, damn, boy. I love the feel of that power. It's just a 2 3/4 double alt buck.
3-year voluntary. Year and a
Hey,
half.
Kyle, you guys are up north where I'm at.
Wait, you shower, Christy. Derek said that was him that called, said he shot an intruder today with his 9mm. And I said, what? And he goes, yeah, man, big old rat. He's got a little workshop in the back, and the dogs had run it out from under his porch or something, and went in there, and he hopped up on a shelf, and he come in there and pow! He said that sucker slammed his slap across the wall.
You see this one, 8 and 5?
Yeah, I'm looking for. He's 3 hours away from me.
Okay.
42 miles away where you grew up from.
Randy is burning in his new project. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it looked cool. It looked cool as hell.
Yeah, we saw it, Christy. That's badass.
Oh, you're not up north. You're towards Temecula. My bad. You're south of me. I thought you were up north. You're closer to San Diego.
Back in Arizona this week. My mama's day. You should have some towels there waiting for you, Kyle. I would hope so. I know one's there at least.
Man, I've never been remotely close to any of them states. As far as west as I've ever been is Houston, Texas, or Longview, Texas, and Texas. And as far north as Wisconsin now. I've been to Philadelphia. I've been all over the kind of the eastern side, everything on this side of the Mississippi River.
Yeah, the farthest I've been was Nevada. Go visit my pops up there.
Where? Atlanta?
Huh?
Nevada.
Oh, Nevada. Okay.
Nevada.
I thought you said Atlanta, my bad.
No, the farthest I've been was Mexico, but wasn't really by choice. My dad picked me up and asked me if I wanted to go. I
Yeah.
was only freaking 10 years old, 9 years old, if that. I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to disappoint him either. But I ended up
Yeah.
going. I hardly remember it. I mean, it was so long ago.
I take care of these families' houses. They're both brothers. They work for the USGA, and what they do is they travel to different countries and they teach them like different crops and stuff like that. And I did an addition to this family I was at Tuesday of this week. Started a little job for her, getting ready to go back June when she's back in the country. But I did this addition. She took me in there Tuesday, and she has this world map on a wall in this room that I did addition to. If you could see the dots that are on this map from Europe, any place, she's in Iceland right now.
Holy
Wow.
crap.
Where they put these dots where they go within the government.
Yeah.
Blew me away. I said, holy crap. I said, well, let me show you. So I said, well, you could put one right here for me for Chicago. Put one for me right for Florida, New Jersey, New York, and Maryland. I'm done. She just laughed at me. So that's how you do.
You can put 3 for me. Oh,
But
shit.
I built that addition on your house that everybody's still enjoying. Stone fireplace. It still looks good 15 years later.
Yeah, you know,
Circus Ice Cream.
the Ace Hardware store here, they got a lot of good shit.
I've never heard of
A lot of rugs
Circus.
and shit.
Water's not that far, Chuck, but I don't go in there enough to know where that kind of something like that is. I mean, I can just do a Google or something, but thank you. There used to be a place, Buzz probably remember this one too, but there used to be a place in Leonardtown behind the courthouse was the boatyard there. There used to be an ice house. You could get dry ice there, but that was decades ago.
Yeah, we had a ice house. It's still there, but I don't think they make ice anymore. But the
Yeah.
ice was in these big, like paper wax coated bags, and you could get a block or you could get it like turn into snow, like snow ice or crushed ice, whatever you wanted. And if that's before they sold ice in convenience stores. If you wanted a lot of ice to make ice cream with, you had to go to the ice house. Many years ago, I was just a little boy.
Yeah, I remember that place in Leonardtown. You go right behind the road, Buzz. You go right behind the St. Mary's house or St. Mary's County Courthouse, and the road that goes beside the courthouse dead end at the river. And right on the right hand side was the ice house and the boatyard repair. My area's got a lot of history in it. It's really cool, but it's so sad when you go around and see how it's changed. It's
Yeah.
so crazy. It's so crazy. I mean, even the Amish are getting afraid of riding the buggies and horses up and down the roads. And at least once a month you hear about a buggy being run over. It's getting crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately. Ice house beer is good.
Yeah, Ice House beer put a hurting on you, but yes, it is good.
I've drank it, but man, it's been so long ago I can't remember what it was like.
It'll hurt you. I want to say it's something like 10%.
Oh, really? Dang.
You have a few of them, you had some.
It probably isn't that high in this state. They want to control everything here is when it comes to that kind of thing. They've laxed up a little bit, but I don't think I've ever seen a beer sold around here at 10%.
I remember Mike talking about on one of his lives one time. What was it? Something about Alabama? You couldn't buy booze certain days a week or something like that, or certain booze you couldn't buy, or
Yeah, I stopped one day. It was on a Sunday, and I stopped at a little store going to Derek's. I was in Alabama, and they don't sell beer on Sunday until after 12 o'clock, after like most of the churches out. And Mississippi used to be like that, but man, they changed that years ago. Used to be you couldn't buy beer after or alcohol after a certain time, and then you know what I'm saying, unless you had a resort license, and that would be you could go into a nightclub or whatever, and of course you could drink to whenever they closed. They could sell it, but if you went to buy it, they wouldn't sell it, or they just wasn't open. But they changed all that too. Matter of fact, there's fewer and fewer dry counties in this state now.
Kyle, did you see the picture of it, Kyle?
Dry counties.
I've got a picture of it. He said that I could share, Kyle, if you hadn't seen it. I posted a picture a couple times. I showed a picture a couple of times. Well, from my phone. I guess I need to scroll down in case it answered. I'm so far behind. Jesus.
I'll tell you another day they wouldn't sell beer or anything, and that changed, but only election day. Like if the polls were open, you couldn't buy anything until they closed the polls. They didn't want you to be influenced by
Really?
alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
They
crazy.
put chains through the doors in these convenience stores where the beer is. They had a long chain that come back around. They put a padlock on it. You could not get into them. Like
Here in
crap.
Kelly, in some of the refrigerators, they actually have a little lock where
Yeah.
they lock it.
Lock it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, they don't even do that anymore because I haven't ran into it in a long time.
I
Oh,
have a question.
Lordy.
Barbecue in your front yard or your
Yeah.
backyard?
No, Kyle, that's absolutely correct. It's
What
where
is
Waterman came in there.
I used to barbecue in my front yard all the time.
I did too because all my pits are in the garage and it has no back door. But now we
I'd
shoot
rather
Derek's
barbecue in my
back.
front yard, but no can do here.
I shot a few times in the backyard. Once I got the wheels on my Lone Star grills all set, I was able to get it around the back, and I shot a few back there. But most of them were up here on the front end.
Texas, because of COVID.
A Sunday law beer.
I don't think I'd want a beer before 10 a.m. Well, I've always got beer anyway, so it's no big
Yeah,
deal.
me too.
Tarina picks it up when she gets off at night. You need anything? Yeah, grab me some beer.
Yeah, I have enough beer to last me until next week, maybe.
Where my cousins lived in
Really?
Asheville, North Carolina.
Very nice.
I think them people in Wisconsin drink worse than the people in New Orleans.
My cousins, Asheville, North Carolina, is Dry County. Or you'd have to go. You could go to the guy at the end of the street and buy a can of beer for $3 a can. Or you wait the next morning, get in your car and drive 3 miles to the county line and buy all the beer you wanted. But you could not buy any beer in that town.
Yeah, Eric ain't lying. He said, Russ, I seen you have a beer before 10 a.m. That was last year, or yeah, 22 Iola car show. One morning, it's like, I don't know what time it was. It was early. It was in the morning. We should have been eating grits and eggs, but instead, Jeff's walking out with a case of beer, and here I went. So, hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Buzz, it's funny you mentioned this. I mean, obviously, it's not something that the Amish people want to get out in the public, but this one did last summer. It was a Amish buggy that was involved in an accident, and there's empty beer cans in a case box on the street.
Funny.
Needless to say, the Amish tried to cover that article up, but yeah, I have heard that.
Huh. Yeah, I was in party mode, Eric. That's extenuating circumstances. That don't count. I usually get up out of bed 9:30, 10 o'clock a.m. sometimes, and the first thing I want is coffee, man. 2 cups, and I'm good. I usually don't crack my first beer to sometime 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I tell you, sometimes it just tastes right.
Yeah.
Like tonight. Tonight I'm having a great time. We're having great conversations. The beer tastes so good. It's like, man, I don't want it to end, but all good things.
Still done on my end. Shit, I was getting a good buzz, man.
It's funny that where they make Jack Daniels. Yeah, I've heard that before. It's county's dry. That's crazy.
Mhm.
That pink wig belongs to my granddaughter over there at Derek's house. I was in
Somebody,
I was in her room that night.
yeah, someone screenshotted that. It's.
Oh, I'm sure.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's not being spread out, but there is a screenshot
I
within
don't
the.
care. I already know that if you don't want it shown, don't show it.
Yeah,
Somebody's got it.
Yep.
Did I have a Bud Light in my hand while I was wearing that wig? That's
I don't
all I
think
need
so.
to know.
I don't think so, but it definitely didn't tell a story that you told before. It was
Yeah.
just you and a big wig. No, that's right. I remember camping trips. Man,
I guess I'm gonna get off of here, guys. I done been on. What time did you go live? 4:05, 6,
yeah,
7.
5:05 my time.
So
That was
how many
3 hours.
hours? It's over 3 hours now, right? 5, 6. Yeah, yeah.
All right, Russ. Thank you, man.
All right, man. Y'all have a good night. Everybody in the chat.
I much appreciate it, Russ.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
No
come back.
problem.
We might be here later on too.
All right.
We'll
All right.
see.
I changed my mind. I'm staying.
All right, really?
Yeah, why not? Hell, I ain't got nothing else to do.
Have a
Night,
beer all
Kyle.
night.
We'll see you later. Later, Christy. You too, Chuck. Dang, everybody's leaving. Oh, they thought
Yep.
I was leaving.
Y'all come back now, okay?
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Jesus.
Dang, Bat's leaving too. Hello, Christy. I'm so indecisive. I can't make up my mind. Where's my pink wig? Oh, goodness. When I worked at the Sea Breeze, there were some Amish kids that would ride their bikes down to the bar and watch NASCAR, drink beer, and smoke their cigar.
Yeah. There's been some stories about them Amish people hiding their buggies behind bars and drinking out the back door.
I don't guess I've ever seen an Amish anybody because we don't have them down here that I know of. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Not here either.
Eric
I mean,
does.
no,
I'm sure
they-
Eric. I know Eric does. There's some Amish communities that left here and went to Wisconsin.
Now we got our share of backwood rednecks, but other than that, that's all I could think of.
Matter of fact, we just had a guy, backwoods, small engine repair. He just sold all of his property, his home, building, everything, and went to Wisconsin. Moved in another one of them colonies down there
Really?
where other family had already been there and it's already established. Shoot, there's an area, little south, actually, like if you're going towards Tarina's, probably a little west of where Tarina was from.
Yeah.
But there's actually Amish living or moving from here and starting a new colony there in Warsaw, Virginia. She'll
Really?
probably know where Warsaw is, just
Yeah.
outside Kilmarnock.
She could probably talk all that like you do, because she's been up there more than she's been anywhere, but she has been all over.
Yeah, that's a lovely area down there, Kilmarnock. A lot of water.
Some
What's up, Terry? I guess that's where they originally settled at. What is Amish? What are they? What nationality? German or? I mean,
It's
what
a-
are they?
Yeah, it's a German dialect. They do a lot of adopting of children, so it's hard to
Hard to
really
say. Yeah.
Warren Germans or not, but yeah, they are. It's a German dialect. Mormons, not so much. You know, they have the one wife, but you know, it's a lifestyle of. Now there's different
Sex.
colonies of them, but for the most part, it's buggies and horse or their means of communications,
Yeah.
or I'm sorry, transportation. Now a lot of them are paying people, English people like myself, that'll haul them someplace where they go grocery shopping or pick up materials for the next day. But they're allowed to have their water wells are usually all shallow wells, but they have like 1,000-gallon tanks that they pressurize with water. They'll have a diesel
Generator.
engine. Yep. Well, they can't use the generator portion of it, but they'll use the compressor portion of it to pump up these tanks, which will run the water, will pressurize their water tanks.
Yeah.
So it gets water into their house. Their lighting is more or less like the old Coleman
Right.
fuel.
Kerosene lanterns and stuff. Now, I watched a video here, and they said it really depends on which colony, because some do use generators, but they don't pay for power. Some will use even solar and stuff, you know, mainly as tools to help them farm and things like that, you know, just
Yeah.
things around the house or whatever.
If
But
they're I'm sorry.
I was just saying, but it's different from one to the next, what they allow and don't allow, you know.
Yeah, you have what they call, we'll just say old school. You know, you got old school Amish and you got the younger generations where they want to bring in DeWalt 20 volt lights into their homes,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. Their tools, if they're carpenter trade, they're supposed to only use air powered tools.
Okay.
Now there's a loophole that if they come to work for me, they just call all these electric tools, you know, Lance's tools, Buell's Home Remodeling, and
Right.
it's his tools. So they're allowed to use those tools, but if it's their trailer being put on a job site, it's supposed to be compressor run, and
Wow.
yeah. But man,
That's
I tell
great.
you what, man, they've got some badass stuff. I mean, a circular saw, sawzall, all this is running off of air.
Yeah.
Table saws, shop vacs, jigsaws, some badass stuff. What's up, Sal?
When I worked at the shipyard, all the tools, well, not all of them, but most of like your Buckeyes, grinders, anything like that ran off of air. They were all pneumatic tools, you know. They had an abundance of air and air manifolds to tie into. Even the shipyard there in Newport News was that way. But with that said, there was some stuff that was powered, you know. They
You
had
could,
this drill press, big heavy thing, but you could pick it up and it had the bottom of it was a magnet. You set it where you want to drill at and turn the magnet on and it wasn't moving, then you could sit there and drill with it on the ship, you know, like if you need to drill through a piece of pipe, a piece of steel, whatever, you know.
there's a big welding shop, Amish welding shop by me, and it would blow you away just walk in. They'll let you walk into it. They like it. Let me rephrase that. Some of them like it when you're like enjoying, you know, what their culture and stuff. Which Christy, you fit right in, babe. They enjoy that kind of stuff. But to go to that shop and see these guys take a job. Say if I wanted a 22-inch ring, and they would take and make these measurements on a piece of paper, write all this on a piece of paper, and they'd have this air-powered machine that would take that piece of raw steel, where it be square stock, whatever, and they'd roll that thing and they'd put it back in there and they roll it around there. And next thing you know, you had this 22-inch ring that this guy calculated to how to get to that 22 inches on a piece of paper. Blows you away.
Wow.
They got, they can cut steel, half-inch steel with this big air-powered piece of equipment. Just, next thing it's cut in half. It just,
Wow.
I'm fascinated. I'm like Christy. When I before I retired from UPS, I started having some time with the company where I had more vacation days and stuff. I used to take off work, and they'd let me know when the next barn raising was going to be, or a barn moving, or something like that. And I'd take off work. I'd just sit on the side of the road and just watch them. I
Yeah.
loved it.
One thing about it, man, if the shit ever hits the fan, it won't affect them as bad because they're not dependent on the stuff we're dependent on. You know,
Yeah.
they're doing it old school.
Buzz, they're actually coming with I'll call it a belted radio. So they had, like Buzz is actually absolutely correct. They'll take the rubber wheel off of it. An old Amish guy, I don't even think he's even alive before. It's like when you learned, like if you learn a Spanish language, you got to be careful that they're not teaching you some type of cuss word or something when you go to use that word and
Yeah.
to another conversation. Well, this Amish guy told me that I said, "Why is it that the Amish don't have rubber wheels?" And he said, "Well, son," he says, "that's because we believe the devil lives in a rubber." So that was his joke. But
Yeah.
Jay, they actually took they're taking rubber and they're implementing it into steel rims and steel treads to give it a little bit of a shock absorber. Pretty cool stuff.
I guess they do use guns as far as hunting and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
But I don't. If I remember right on that video, like if they're confronted with violence, they're not allowed to shoot somebody.
Yeah, they're not violent believers, but
Yeah.
it comes down to pushing it. They're going to protect their
Oh yeah.
properties and stuff and their families.
Sure. Who wouldn't? That's just we're all given that God given right. You know,
Yeah,
if we're being threatened, and you feel like it's either you or him. You know,
yeah,
or
they're
her.
good
Or her.
people. The bottom line is they're all good people. When we had that big tornado come through here and take out basically the town of La Plata, there wasn't a street that you can go down in La Plata, and there wasn't several Amish that would pay people, again, English people like myself, they would pay us to drive them to the town of La Plata, and they would just disperse, and they would just start going down these streets, cutting down trees that were hanging over houses, or it's obviously that the tornado came through and the tree didn't hit the ground yet. Well, they wanted to take that widowmaker down,
Yeah.
and they would cut all that stuff up and stack. They were cleaning up the streets, people's lawns, all because they believe in helping their neighbors.
Sure. Well, that's good because a lot of these like groups that form like cults or whatever, they're just taking care of their own and them only. You know.
Yeah, Rumspringer. I just learned something about that, Kyle. I always thought that it was a place in Florida, a public place in Florida, but apparently it's privately owned waterfront that the teenagers are allowed to attend Rumspringer because that's their opportunity to, I don't want this life. It's their chance to be wild and free. But I always thought it was public property, but it's not. It's a property, waterfront property that it's owned by the Amish apparently.
Never heard of it, huh? Rumspringer.
Yeah, Rumspringer. What's up, Dutch? I see him in the chat. Usually we can't see each other.
Yeah, that's the scary part. There's so many people in this world that wouldn't have a clue how to do things. You know what I'm saying? They're so dependent on power, computer. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
Mm-hmm.
what are you going to do? That's why it's going to get pretty ugly. So just,
Raquel, Cottonwood Ranch, she and I had a conversation one night. They had, I've just lost it that quick. Heber Hebernites, Heber. Oh man,
Hermaphrodite?
no, Heterites,
Heterite.
Heterites in Canada. Heterite is according to the way she explained it, it's a like Amish, but they're filthy rich. That's the way I understood it anyway. They're allowed to use modern technologies, computers and stuff like that, very savvy with it to make monies.
Okay.
But they're Amish, Heterites. If I remember the story, that's what she was saying.
Yeah, what's the difference in a Mennonite and Amish?
Mennonite and Amish. They're really sort of kind of the same difference. Someone said in a chat one night that the Amish are sort of kind of like the lower level of Mennonites or whatever. I've never heard that. Amish are basically a horse and buggy type Amish.
Okay.
But Mennonites around here, you can have a car Mennonite and a buggy Mennonite. So a buggy Mennonite is very much like an Amish, but even stricter. So there will be no 20-volt batteries in a Mennonite's life. The Amish buggies, they're using 12-volt batteries to power LED lights for their buggies at nighttime. The Mennonites still have got the pump gas headlights hanging on their buggies so that they can see just from those Coleman fuel lanterns as they're going down the road.
I wonder what their reasoning for that is. I mean, God gave us the intelligence to create all that we have right now, the intelligence to put man on the moon and cars and make fuel. You know what I'm saying? Why is it deemed a bad thing, I wonder?
Is it a necessity? So just because you can buy a backhoe doesn't mean you should stop digging that trench by hand. So it's basically the easiest way to explain it. So if you can dig a ditch by hand, even if it takes you 2 days, if it's that big of a ditch, your community comes together to help you dig that ditch. So there's no need for that hydraulic backhoe when you're supposed to be using these. What God gave you is supposed to use this kind of stuff.
According to them. The way I look at it, God also gave you the brains to find a better way, you know?
Yeah.
But I agree to an extent. It's ruined most of us. You know what I'm saying? We're so dependent on it. We're all out of shape. We're fat. We're, you know, and that part of it I can see, you know, definitely can.
They're not letting the outside world
influence
corrupt their minds and thinking.
Yeah.
You know, it's
virtually
like you said earlier, it's old school. I mean, and they're not going to change it.
Well, that's the way my parents grew up. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have TVs. You know what I'm saying? They farmed with hoes and whatever tools they had, you know. They didn't own they live just like the Amish do now, you know.
Yeah.
When the sun went down, they entertained themselves a little bit, learned how to play guitars and stuff like that, and they went to bed, got up crack of dawn the next morning, if not earlier, right back at it, working the fields, cotton fields, peas, soybeans, whatever, you know.
Yeah, and then I didn't know if I finished or not, but then there's car Mennonites where they can't go out and buy a 2023 car, but they can use electric. If they have a business where they sell to the public or whatever, they can have electric to run that business, but they can't have a Stitch Electric in their house. They can drive a car to drive around, but it can't be nothing modern.
I wonder if they use banks or if they just hoard cash.
A little bit of both, but they'll use a bank.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Just Buzz is talking about them riding them tobacco carts, horse-drawn tobacco carts to the auction house just up the road from me. It would, you go down the road and all you saw were these white lines where the steel rims etched into the asphalt going towards Hughesville.
Yeah.
You knew the auctions were getting ready to start.
That's pretty wild. You know, being 2023 and there's people still living like that, but it's good for them. Like I said, if something happened, man, they're going to be the ones that ain't got a whole lot to worry about
Well,
other than outsiders coming in, you know. But
yeah, some of their stuff will blow you away. I mean, it's like the refrigeration. It's basically a compressed kerosene that creates a refrigeration. So they would have
butane,
a big box, yeah.
butane, or is it propane? You can buy. I guess you can still buy them. They have these little freezers that you put on an RV, and it has a little flame in there that heats up. Is it alcohol or is it propane? I can't remember. Anyway, it heats that refrigerant up and causes it to go up, and anyway, it begins to circulate, creating a cooling effect, evaporation, and it works, man. It'll freeze the heck out of it, and it's working off a flame. As long as your flame stays lit, you're good. I guess
Yeah.
it's propane. It works off
Yeah.
propane.
This is what NBL is saying as far as that Rumspringa. This is what it's all about right here.
Okay.
But
Yeah, propane.
it's to say, if you say you don't want the Amish life, your ass is walking from wherever the hell you're at. They're leaving me behind. I say, and jokingly, I don't know that's the truth, but if they do decide it's forbidden, let's just say if Derek wanted to leave the Amish community,
Yeah.
and he did leave the Amish community, it's forbidden for you and Mrs. Jones to have any communication with him.
Yeah.
You can't talk to him. I mean, obviously they're not going to look in your mailbox to see if you got any mail from him.
Sure.
But Derek would not be allowed back on your property,
Right.
because the church has already taken the appropriate procedures to shun him.
Yeah, disfellowship them. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the family was to wanted to continue in having communications with them, the church would actually shun the parents.
Yeah. Yeah. That's wild. I guess what
Yeah.
I find wild about it is you think of Germany, you don't think of people like Amish, but yet they're a German descent,
Yeah. The old Amish, they can read. Mojo made it to Memphis. The old Amish, there's actually books that are written in this Amish German dialect. The old Amish can read from this book, but your younger Amish people really cannot read from that book. It's just something that they're starting to lose some of that within the Amish families and communities.
Yeah.
3 hours from Memphis. He's moving. They're getting ready to move to. Oh, you know that, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the heat. It ain't that bad right now, but it's gonna be.
No, you're absolutely correct, Kyle. But you'd be surprised how many people, at least around here. I mean, Amish people will never fit into California, but around here, the people still respect the way that the Amish do things. Old school, hammer and nail, air tools, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of people that still prefer that method of building something, and I would agree with them. I mean, it's in a lot of cases it can be a more sound structure because you get some young guy behind, and I couldn't tell you how many times I've run across this myself. You get some guy behind an air nailer nailing down shingles, and you got to walk across that roof, a month later, a year later, and there's shingles coming loose because he's such a hot dog. He's missed tacking down some of them shingles.
I want you to drop the link, Lance. Mojo. Sorry to cut you off, but you're behind on your job.
No, I'm on my. Yeah, I get it. I'm talking a lot.
Is it dark there yet, Lance?
Yes, sir.
Chad, my son's supposed to been loading up that U-Haul. I told him about looking in them pods like Mojo's using, but he decided to just pull a trailer for the price they were wanting and versus the size of it. I almost had him talked into it. It just make life so much easier, but whatever. Your money.
Ladies, what is going on?
Going
I
on,
think you're
Mojo?
driving. You look like you're ready to just woke up from a nap.
Dude, no, this is called being in a car for a few days, man. This sucks. Yeah, the lady, she's doing it right now, man. She's putting on miles right now, so kudos to her, man. But yeah, we're getting close. We're about 8 hours to our destination, 3 hours to Memphis. It's getting close.
Oh wow!
Real
Safe travel,
close.
man. Safe travel.
So we'll stop tonight and then bust it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
How's the weather? You been hitting good weather?
Well, when we were up in, where was that? South Dakota? Yeah. South Dakota, man, we got slammed with some good a storm up there. It was on the news, a lightning storm, and it was a pretty rough one. But it was all right. We just finally pulled over. We were in it for maybe 45 minutes, where we could pull over.
Yeah.
Okay.
But how you guys doing, man? I miss my stuff, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. We're looking at this house. It's on like about 3 acres, and it's an older one that's been remodeled and all this other stuff. But dude, it's got like a bomb shelter type thing in it,
Oh, cool.
and it also has a killer deck, dude. I'm telling you, it's legit. I'm liking it, man.
Can't wait to see it, man.
Yeah.
So my house, we had an offer the first day, 2 offers, and then the second day, 2 offers. We went ahead and accepted an offer, 20 over asking.
Wow.
So that's going through the process. I mean, before we even get down here, which I knew that was going to happen. So it's happening, man. It's crazy.
Sweet deal, man.
Nice.
Well, I can't answer that question honestly, Kyle. I do know that I would say yes, but they chip in a lot to help their own communities.
Yeah.
Always. I mean, they're actually given titles. I mean, the guy I worked with me every day as a carpenter. The first Tuesday of every month, his responsibility was to do something within one of the Amish schools. Whether it be repair stuff, paperwork, order materials, anything like that. But whether they actually gave percentage of their pay, I can't honestly answer that one. I just can't. I think they do, but I'm not positive of it.
Tracy was asking that same question a little while ago.
Yeah.
And I told her, I'm like, they're a community of people that help each other. They have they grow their own food. They work for stuff. They trade. So with the money thing, they have money because they have to have some money for stuff, certain things. But I don't know exactly what you're saying too. I'm the same. I'm not sure how. Yeah. That part.
I'll say 75%, 80% sure they do. But I'm not 100% sure of it. And if Russ was Amish and his house burnt down, I promise you there'd be 200 Amish there the very next day, and that lot would be cleared. And on the second day or third day, they'd be rebuilding his house themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, walls go up quick, like day one, pretty much.
And
They go
I've
up
seen
there.
that. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that. And
I
BL,
can-
if you're asking if they pay taxes, yes.
That's
They
what I
pay
was getting ready to ask. Yeah.
But their taxes are a little differently structured from us because, well, depending on where they're at, whether or not they won't pay for like water and sewer, because most of their stuff is septic systems, obviously, electric maintenance of telephone poles. There is a difference in their taxes, but it's not that big of a difference because their dwellings are what's the word I'm looking for? Because they don't have pumped water and electric. Their dwellings. What am I looking for? It's taxed differently. It's taxed less than what you and I would be, but their
Yeah.
land would be. The only reason why their land would be taxed less than what I would pay is because their land is considered farmland, so it is going to get taxed less than my acre and a half here.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, guys, I say hey.
All right,
Hey,
Mojo.
Miss everybody.
Question in the chat. Someone asked,
Yeah, brother. Take it easy.
how many more loads you got to go?
What's that?
How many more
Someone
well?
in the chat. Someone in the chat asked how many more loads you got to go before you get moved in.
Oh, okay. So all our stuff is in all pods because I thought it was the better of the deal that took care of you and all that. We'll get that. They are leaving. They left Washington State today, and we.
Well, that explains it.
And I lost you.
They
So I'm
hear
not
you
sure
there.
all that, but it's
That's right.
all
I
this
think
stuff
what
is my wife's stuff. That's she's going to my sister's, and there's 2 cars behind her too. So we have 3 cars total.
you were cutting out bad, but I think you were saying
So we
that
got
the majority of the stuff is coming in on pods.
Chuck, does that answer your answer? Your question, I should say.
Yeah. I can try to break it
Chuck
down.
was asking that.
How much might
Yeah,
keep that
I
us small,
know.
but
We
they
lost them a long time
can they
ago.
barbecue, film it, and upload it to YouTube? I think not.
See you later, Mojo. Take care, man.
Yeah, he
Safe
froze
travels.
up. Oh, is he saying goodbye?
Well, he was, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he's in a bad area.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's
I
not
got
getting
some good
any
stuff.
internet. I wish Amish would shoot videos and put it on YouTube, but that would break their rules right there. Just having all this powered stuff, and computers and all. There ain't no way that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad he's getting out of that area, man. Coming back down here.
Yeah, Philadelphia is not the place he wants to be. That's for sure.
Mm-mm. Nope. He knows it. It finally sunk in. He wants out of there.
So much crime, man. They're always on the television.
Now he's bringing a girl with him. They're not married or anything, but it's her and her 2 kids. And I asked him the other day, do they have plans to get married because they're buying this house together? He goes, yeah, probably at some point. But I said she'll like it down here. She might not like the weather when it gets extremely hot, but overall she'll like it better. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
She's already been down here twice, so she knows what it's like.
MBO's got a little bit of Amish background or history, knowledge.
I don't have any. Never have been around them.
Yeah, me neither.
Other than what I've seen on movies and stuff, that's about it.
I see them in LA all the time. They got a big community over there in downtown LA.
Amish?
Yeah,
Is that right?
ton of them, dude. There's thousands of them walking around. I took a picture over there in Hollywood. I wanted to show you. Let me see if it caught it. That's just fucking traffic. Let's see. I wasn't gonna send it to you, but you can barely see them. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, they wear these big, giant black hats, and all of them got beards.
Stop in the lane. Stop.
Those look good, Quint.
Oh, Primo, since you're in the chat, this is what they sent me. Chef's tip. That's what you were asking about, right? That's what they ended up sending me.
Is that an instant read? What is that?
Yeah, it's let me get it to play again. Some bitch.
Somewhere.
There it is. Final Touch X, I think it was called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this thing's badass, man. So SJ Cooks was asking about it. He had texted me, I just never responded. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they grow their beards kind of funny too. They don't have a mustache. It's just
Yeah.
Right.
like from here down.
Right. That means they're married.
Okay.
They start
Oh, they're married,
growing.
really?
Yeah, they start growing a beard and not shaving. They're married.
Oh,
So
I
they
didn't know
don't
that.
they don't wear a wedding ring.
Right. That is their wedding ring.
Oh, really?
In
Because a lot
In
of them
our
are-
world, yeah, in our world, that is their wedding ring. That acknowledges that they are spoken for.
I had no idea. Well, almost all the men. I mean, the younger boys obviously know, but and then they wear some type of cape or something. I don't know, dude. There's so many of them. Next time I go to Hollywood, I'll take more pictures of them.
So
I've
They
got
got
a
schools
wedding.
over there. They got churches. They have all kinds of stuff over there, man.
air tools.
I've got a wedding band, but I haven't wore it since my surgery. I had to take it off, and that thing was tight. I had a ring around my finger for a long time after removing it. But my wife said, "You're gonna put it back on?" I said, "It's too little. I can get it sized, I reckon, but I'm not
Yeah.
wearing it like it is. It's not good to do that, you know."
Yeah,
Yeah, my
Kyle.
wife has a nice ring. I don't have a ring. My work doesn't allow it.
Well, I put on a lot of weight since I've been married, and I guess I got what they call fat fingers now.
Welcome to the club.
Kyle, pneumatic is their pneumatic. It's the same thing. Their air tools be the same
Yeah,
as our air tools.
yeah.
They just have some different stuff. Like I said earlier, shot back.
Well, they have to have power or something to have air in their compressors, huh?
Generators, yeah.
Generator. Okay.
I'm sorry, I said generator. They have air compressors that are like diesel run air compressors that pump up these thousand. Like they'll have them. Some of them farms will have them set up in a series where they may have 2 or 3 1,000-gallon tanks
Yeah.
that are set up, and this air compressor will run and power up these tanks, and then those tanks will supply the water to the house. I see a ceiling fan, the shadows from your ceiling fan behind you, Russ. They actually have air powered fans like that. You go in there, all you hear is it's a little pistol that's being air powered, and it's pushing a knuckle that's actually turning that. I'm getting myself confused, but you got like something that's pushing, and it's turning a rod that's pumping that blade.
Huh.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Do that motion again, Lance.
$18.5 helped finish a garage at an Amish Center vertical post. Specializes in fixing Ford Pintos. Really? Yeah, they're very well known for their pole buildings. That's actually the Amish is the ones that taught me that when you're building a pole building, you know, a lot of your English people, they'll dig a hole, set their post in there, and they'll mix up their concrete and fill that hole with the concrete. Well, that's a big no-no with them. So you basically, what you do, you dig your hole, and then the hole's going to be clean, but then they'll take dry cement and they'll pour dry cement in the bottom of that hole, and they'll pack that down to where it's nice and smooth. Of course, it's not going to pack like concrete, but it does pack it down a little bit. And then they'll set that post in there and start throwing dirt, and they'll start tamping that dirt. Every shovelful gets tamped in. And then, so what happens is that that concrete they first put in, it actually dries as a footer would. So that post is not sinking. And you'd be surprised how well just packing that dirt around that post will hold that thing up straight. And then as Mother Nature does its job, it tightens up that soil around that post. Where if you were to pour concrete around a post, there's a chance that post is going to slide through that concrete.
Yeah.
Or it's pulling the concrete down with it. So you put that 80 pounds of concrete in the bottom of that hole. Here's your footer. It's not pushing through that once it sets up.
That's pretty smart. We used to do fence work. My dad had a business, and we didn't do that. But what we did do is create an anchor when we did our posts. And a lot of people would look at it and say, "Oh, well, you're just cheating, so you don't have to use as much concrete." But we would dig like a 2.5 foot hole for like a wood privacy fence, and we'd put about this much concrete
Happy birthday, MMA.
around the pole, around the post in the bottom. Then we'd go with about that much dirt, and then the rest away concrete. And once the dirt and everything becomes one again, you're getting grass roots and all that running through there. That bottom part becomes an anchor, and man, you can't hardly blast that post out of the ground. You know, there is no weight like a port settling, so you don't have to put a footer on it. But it was actually a better way of doing it than just filling it all the way up with concrete, because you can walk up to that and next thing you know, you can pull it out. But if it's got that soil in between it, you better have something stronger than a man to pull it out.
Yep. If we could all just take a minute and tell our loved Mountain Moon Adventures, Hammy, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Birthday, Hammy.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to Hammy.
MMA.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Yeah, and many more.
We can't sing like you can, but hey, we'll give it a shot. I know Russ can sing, but I'm worth it. 2 cents.
That's true, bud.
That's great.
Ford Pinto.
Birthdays are nice to celebrate. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it had a big hatchback on the back. Best I remember. They had some ugly cars back when they come out with that. What was that other one that looked so freaky?
AMC Pacers.
Yeah.
That was a weird looking car, boy.
I swear. They got one on the road now that looks almost like one of them getaway cars that they used in Chicago back when they had the gangs up there, you know, back in the 20s, 30s or whatever. It looks kind of like that, but it's a modern car. I'm like, God, that's an ugly car.
Simon, I'm a little drunk. Simon said we look like a bunch of drunks. I said, I'm a little drunk.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
No, what I'm talking about ain't a DeLorean. DeLorean was on Back to the Future. That was a DeLorean.
Yeah, Hammy made Christy and Randy a new song with his pigtails.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
The old Gremlins. Yeah, that was what I was thinking of. The
Yeah,
Gremlins.
that's
Yeah,
AMC too, though, isn't it? Gremlin.
I think so. But that pacer and that, yeah, man. I'm glad they got rid of them things. Ugly, ugly.
She did, Quint. I know what he's talking about.
I'm a lot of drunk.
Everybody with if their mind goes, damn it, Lance.
Hammy got cocks and balls coming to her.
Yeah, but it's not what you think. But it's if you watched it, it makes 100% sense.
I don't know if I'm drunk or not. I don't think so. I've only had
Yeah,
one, two, 3, 4. I'm on my 5th beer and it's half full.
I'm not drunk, but I'm enjoying my friends this evening.
Yeah.
We'll say that.
Trust me, you don't know if I'm drunk.
It's hot up here. It's fucking like 100 degrees, man.
Bud's
God
Creek
damn.
Road or Thompson's Corner Road
Yeah, Javelin. I remember that.
to the drag strip. Bud's Creek Road is the one that runs in front of it. Thompson's Corner Road takes you over to it.
What time is Uncle Dickie coming on? 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
Right now, I think. I
Is
haven't
it?
got the alert for it, but it should be right now. In fact, that guy's also going to be tying some more lures tonight, I believe.
I am a lot of
A
drunk.
lot.
Let's see which account I'm logged into. I'm in the wrong account.
Yep, there he goes. Just got the alert. Betcha. Gee,
Yep,
where-
there it is.
Yep,
2-minute countdown.
yep. Just got the alert.
They want you to play the song, Lance.
Um,
I'm doing my job.
Yep, Eric said we are live, boys.
I can do it.
I guess I'm gonna hop over there and see what the injury was he was talking about.
Yeah, we can end this one. I got no problem with
Oh,
that.
you ain't gotta end it. I would just
40.
Yeah.
Decided I probably should have a beer, but I didn't want to start day drinking, so it's morning.
Uh-oh.
You put Cher.
It's not daytime yet. Happy birthday week to me. Randy, I'm doing this song for you.
Cheers, man.
You have no idea how hard it is to try to remember all these words, and there's no papers in front of me or nothing. Well, not any that have any writing on them. Well, hello, my name is Randy. I'm a one-man rodeo. I'm just a good old southern boy. I like
he keeps cutting it off.
The DJ's not doing his job right.
She's in the chat, Jared. That's Mountain Moon Adventures.
I decided I probably should have a beer. Shave my head to my ass for swinging stone. Well, hello, my name is Randy. I'm a one-man rodeo. I'm just a good old southern boy. I like to put on a damn good show.
Woo.
See, my buddy paid me a whopping 500 bones. Shave my head to my ass for swinging stone. Now the people out there will was making fun of me and my pigtails and my braids. What did he do? Well, the joke's on you, 'cause Christy told me I'm still getting laid. So grease up the Bronco body, hold 8 seconds if you can. 'Cause I'm now fucking streetlight man. Sometimes a man gets pondering things that he don't need. Well, I took the clippers to my head with the help of my wife, Christy. Well, I said I don't really need it. I'm handsome and I'm tall. So I shoot my head to my head, swinging ball. Out of there making fun of me, my pigtails and my braids. What do you do? Now the joke's on you. Christy tells me I'm still getting laid. So grease up my Bronco body. Hold on 8 seconds if you can. 'Cause I am now fucking a streetlight man. Oh my God. Well, you all know my good wife, Christy. Well, she's got the biggest heart. She just giggles at me as I'm picking up a speed. Hit that old bed like a dart. She says that I look like Mr. Clean in my t-shirt and coveralls. But with the money he makes, I'll bet you 20 that he shaves his balls. People out of there making fun of me, my pigtails and my braids. What do you do? That the joke's on you. Christy tells me I'm still getting laid. So my little body, right 8 seconds if you can. 'Cause I am now fucking a streetlight man. Yeah, I am now fucking a streetlight man. Open the chute, boy, you better watch your thumb.
That's hilarious. Awesome.
That was great. That was great. Loved it.
That tune kind of reminds me of, and you ain't woman enough to take my man. Yeah, that's what it kind of, that rhythm or whatever.
That was awesome.
So
She
get
did
out
another
while you
version.
can.
Great.
She thought Randy would like it better. She did a voiceover where it was her singing in a man's voice, but that was a little too weird for me, Hammy.
That was good. I like that.
I like that one.
Heck yeah. Whoop-dee-doo. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, Tammy's birthday, and she's making us songs. We should make her song. Well, I met this lady in Canada. They called her Hammy. That's all I got.
She's in
You
Canada?
better stop there too.
Yeah.
Man,
I better
she
stop.
sound like a Mississippi gal the way she's singing that song.
Well, she's in Canada now. Now, where, if she's originally from Canada, I'm not sure. But
Yeah, I'm not woman enough to take
Oh,
my, or
man,
you're
that
not
was
woman
great.
enough to take my man. Better get out while you can. Who sung that? Loretta Lynn? Yeah, I think so.
I think so, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and end this one, hop over to Uncle Dickie's, wherever else everybody might want to. But
Yeah, I guess.
I
We've
like
been
Sean.
on 4 hours, so
Yes, Loretta. Spread the love, show everybody else love. Try not to step on everybody's toes.
Sounds
Actually,
good.
looks
Well,
like a lot of them are already over there. We just lost 8 people.
everybody have a happy Mother's Day, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
thanks.
too.
Y'all
Later,
enjoy your
everybody.
evening. see you over there if we see you. If not, make sure you treat your wives good at least tomorrow. You should be treating them good every day, but put a little more effort into tomorrow if you would.
Yeah.
Love you all. Appreciate you all.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming to chat. Russ, I want to thank you again for coming in with us tonight.
Yeah, man.
I really appreciate it. Yeah,
I enjoyed it.
You got that voiceover got a little too deep for me, Hammy.
Well, you guys all take care, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
All right, guys. Later.
All right,
Later, guys. Take care.
All right, 805.